Good evening, dear listener. I'm so glad you found your way here tonight. Perhaps you've had a long day. Perhaps your mind is still busy with small thoughts that don't seem to quiet down. Let this time together be a gentle pause, a space carved out just for you. Tonight, we'll walk softly into the past, into the quiet yet unrelenting world of the field cook during the Second World War. Not the generals or the battles that blaze across headlines, but the steady hands that peeled potatoes in the half-dark, who stirred heavy ladles under the hiss of distant artillery. These were men whose battles were fought with fire, water, and whatever scraps could be coaxed into a meal strong enough to keep weary soldiers moving. Before we begin, I invite you to make yourself comfortable. Dim the lights if you can. Maybe open the window just a crack to let the night air drift in, or imagine yourself sitting by a faintly glowing hearth. Let the hum of a fan, the soft tick of a clock, or even the quiet of your own breath be the backdrop. And if this gentle telling brings you a measure of peace, feel free to tap a like or subscribe, so these calm stories find their way back to you again. Perhaps even share in the comments where you are listening from, whether it's a small town, a city street, or a countryside porch. I promise I read them with gratitude, picturing you there. Now close your eyes if you'd like. We'll step quietly into a different camp, a different dawn, where the first sound is not a trumpet or a cheer, but the scrape of a knife against a potato, and the faint whistle of someone too tired to sing. Let us begin. A cook wakes before dawn, answering the quiet call of duty. The camp is still wrapped in darkness when the cook stirs awake. His cot creaks softly as he shifts, though no one else stirs, for they too know what hour it is. It is not yet morning, not yet even the first hint of gray in the east, but the work of feeding men waits for no sunrise. He pulls the wool blanket aside, stiff from damp air, and feels the bite of cold against his skin. There is always that first moment, half a second, where he remembers the bed back home. Not luxurious, but layered with quilts sewn by his mother, smelling faintly of soap and cedar. Then, the reality reclaims him. A tent pitched in mud, straw-filled sacks under canvas, and the faint odor of smoke that never leaves. Yet the memory of that other bed is not a torment. It is instead a reminder, a small ember that warms the darker corners of his mind. He moves carefully, boots tugged on without laces, for there is no need. The ground outside is soft and treacherous. Mud clings to everything. The first breath of air feels like swallowing frost. His fingers stiffen instantly, but he clutches his small knife, the cook's weapon of choice. Not a bayonet, not a rifle, but a paring knife dulled by endless potatoes. The potatoes are waiting, as they always are. Burlap sacks slumped like tired bodies against the side of the mobile kitchen. He drags one close, its weight an anchor against the thinness of his arms. 100 pounds at least, and there are more behind it. He sits on an upturned crate, knife poised, and begins the steady rhythm. Peel, scrape, turn. Peel, scrape, turn. Each cut makes a whispering sound in the dark. What does he wish for? Not medals, not recognition. Those are for other men. His wish is simpler, that each potato hold enough promise to fill a bowl. That each hand stretched out later in the line leaves with something warm. His silent desire is not to be remembered as a hero, but as someone who never let the men go hungry. Nearby, the goulash canon, the field kitchen on wheels, waits like a sleeping beast. Its chimney rises into the dark, already exhaling faint tendrils of smoke from the sergeant's early fire. This odd contraption, born of German invention and copied by armies everywhere, is the cook's cannon. Its barrels are pots, its ammunition, oats, and bacon, its roar the crackle of firewood. It is as vital to morale as any weapon on the line, though rarely honored as such. A man passes in the gloom, rifle slung, heading toward the latrines. He nods at the cook without words. They both know the strange hierarchy here. Soldiers march into danger, but soldiers also march better on full stomachs. The cook is the quiet hinge between survival and collapse. The whistle of distant artillery drifts through the early morning. Not close enough to frighten, but close enough to remind. Somewhere out there, men are already awake under much worse circumstances. The cook's hands keep moving, though his knuckles sting and his nails are black with dirt. He does not pause. If he lingers, the line will form with nothing to show, and hungry men are not patient men. A younger private shuffles up, still half asleep, and slumps beside him. His knife is clumsy, his rhythm poor, but his presence is enough. "Ever think we'd be here?" the private mutters. "Not like this," the cook replies, and that is all. Their silence afterward is heavier than talk. Each potato added to the growing pile is a small victory, a brick in the wall of survival. There will be onions next, then oats, then perhaps coffee if the grinder is willing to work. Each step is mundane, yet each step holds the weight of lives. It is not glamorous. It is not sung in stories. But it is enough to keep men standing, marching, breathing. The sky lightens faintly, a soft smear of gray across the edge of the canvas horizon. The cook blinks, pausing just long enough to stretch his stiff back. His shoulders ache, his fingers bleed, but the sack is nearly empty. One more small triumph before dawn. In his chest, the silent wish remains steady. Let them have food today. Hot, if possible. Plentiful, if Providence allows. Let their faces ease for a moment when the steam rises from their cups. Let this simple offering be enough to remind them of a world beyond mud and smoke. Beneath the uniform rests a gentle wish to nourish others. The camp stirs slowly after that first unseen hour, yet the cook is already deep into his rhythm. A kettle rattles faintly on the stove, its lid jumping in small fits of steam. The air outside is brittle, carrying the faint smell of wood smoke mixed with mud and damp wool. Soldiers, one by one, begin to shuffle from their tents, shoulders rounded against the cold. Some pause to stamp their boots, others to stretch stiff limbs, all of them searching for the same thing: warmth and something to fill the hollow ache in their stomachs. The cook does not look at them directly. He knows the hunger written across their faces. He has seen it every morning since his first day in uniform. What he carries inside is not pride in recipes or the craft of cuisine. It is something quieter, a wish that no man stand in that line with an empty tin and leave still hungry. It is a wish that grows heavier each day, but it steadies his hands. He remembers home in flashes, not in whole scenes. A mother standing by a wood-fueled oven, pulling bread wrapped in brown crust from the heat. A father, returned from the fields, wiping his forehead with the back of his sleeve before sitting down at the kitchen table. A sister humming as she carried plates, the sound of forks clinking gently against ceramic. None of it grand, none of it costly, but those meals filled him in ways deeper than food. What he wants now is not to reproduce them exactly, he cannot, but to capture even a flicker of that comfort for men who have long forgotten it. The stove rattles louder. He leans in, adjusting the firewood beneath the iron belly of the field kitchen. Sparks flare, snapping in the dark, then settle into the glow of coals. He listens to the hiss of water meeting hot iron, to the soft complaint of the metal itself. He is not a musician, but the cook has come to know these sounds like notes in a song. When they align, he knows the timing is right. Beside him, sacks of flour are stacked neatly, though flour is a generous term. The powder is coarse, often mixed with whatever filler could be spared: barley, rye, even sawdust in desperate batches. Still, in the cook's hands, it will be kneaded into something edible, something that can be torn in halves and thirds, shared without too much complaint. His wish is simple, that the bread rise enough to fool the men into thinking of home. A private approaches, mess tin in hand, though the line has not yet formed. He lingers awkwardly, pretending to help by shifting a sack from one side to another. The cook watches him out of the corner of his eye. He recognizes that kind of hunger, the kind that drove boys at home to steal an apple before supper. Without a word, he dips the ladle into a smaller pot, one meant for the kitchen crew, and pours a half measure of hot liquid into the tin. The private mutters something like, "Thanks," and hurries away. The cook says, "Nothing," but inside, the wish deepens. Let me keep finding ways, even small ones, to keep them going. Later, as the line grows long, the cook finds himself moving faster, the ladle clinking against metal tins in a rhythm that could almost lull a man to sleep if he weren't so weary. Some soldiers nod politely. Some stare blankly past him, too tired to notice. A few murmur gratitude as if confessing a secret. He does not require thanks. His measure of success is simpler: an empty pot, an empty line, and no man left waiting with hollow eyes. Still, he knows the limits. Supplies run thin. Orders come down from above. Ration more strictly, stretch the stew further, save coffee for officers. Each rule chisels away at his quiet promise. Yet each morning, he bends them just enough to favor the enlisted men who carry rifles, who dig trenches, who lie awake in foxholes listening for the scrape of enemy boots. He cannot change the war, but he can change this one small corner where a spoonful more might mean strength enough to march. The wish follows him through every chore. When he kneads dough with cracked hands, he imagines it filling out into loaves large enough to feed an entire company. When he slices onions until his eyes burn, he hopes their sharpness will fade into sweetness that reminds someone of a kitchen far away. When he washes pots in icy water until his knuckles bleed, he does it with the thought that tomorrow those same pots will serve again, steady as ever. Sometimes at night, when the fires are low and the camp has gone quiet except for distant guns, the cook sits alone on a crate. He studies the stars, the same stars he once saw above his hometown. He wonders how many other cooks across this continent are sitting at that same hour, staring upward with the same wish in their chest. He does not know them, will never meet them, but he feels bound by the invisible thread of their work. Soldiers fight with weapons. Cooks fight with flame and food. Both carry their own weight. There are days when the wish falters, days when the stew is thin, when the flour is moldy, when the fire will not catch, days when men in line mutter complaints too low for officers to hear, but loud enough to pierce the cook's pride. On those days, he clenches his jaw, sets his shoulders, and works harder. He cannot give them much, but he can give them the effort of a man unwilling to quit. That, too, is food. And then there are rare mornings when supplies arrive intact, when the bread rises golden, when the meat stretches further than expected. On those mornings, the cook ladles out portions with a touch of joy. He watches eyes widen slightly at the unexpected richness, hears chuckles spread through the line. In those moments, his wish does not feel so heavy. It feels possible, even fulfilled, if only for a meal. This humble wish, to nourish, to steady, to care quietly, becomes the rhythm of his service. It does not make headlines. It does not win medals. Yet it is the one thing he can cling to each day. The belief that food, offered with steady hands, can keep despair at bay. Dawn stretches across camp, a world still hushed in mist. The sky has not yet decided if it wants to be morning. It hovers between darkness and gray, the stars fading reluctantly, the horizon holding a faint bruise of light. The camp is slow to stir. Canvas tents sag under frost, guy ropes stiff as iron. The ground is a patchwork of mud hardened overnight into ridges sharp as stone. Somewhere a crow calls once, then is silent, as if even nature hesitates to break the hush. The cook, having spent hours at his quiet tasks, notices this fragile pause with a sort of reverence. It is the hour when the world feels suspended, when nothing yet demands too much. The kettle sings, soft and steady, its rising steam weaving with the mist that curls low to the ground. In that mingling of vapor and fog, the camp seems to breathe for the first time. Soldiers begin to emerge, blinking against the weak light. Their movements are heavy, burdened not only by fatigue, but by the knowledge of another day. One man rubs his arms, another yawns wide, a third laces boots with the precision of habit. They are men transformed overnight from sons, farmers, clerks into weary instruments of war, and yet here, in this first breath of morning, they are simply human again. The cook watches without intruding. He does not call out, does not urge them to hurry. Instead, he lets the smell of food do the calling. A thin aroma of oats thickened with whatever dried fruit could be scrounged. The faint, bitter promise of coffee, stretched thin but unmistakable. Even a hint of onions browning, cut in half and set close to the fire for flavor. These small signals rise into the cold air, finding their way into the men's senses, drawing them nearer like moths toward a flame. As the line slowly forms, the camp finds its rhythm. Boots scuff in mud, mess tins clatter open, voices murmur low. Some men joke, others stand in silence. One whistles a tune, cracked and off-key, but familiar enough to spark faint smiles. The cook ladles steadily, his motions practiced, his eyes scanning each man with quiet attention. He knows who favors more bread, who drinks their coffee scalding, who eats quickly and who lingers. To know these small things is to remember they are not just soldiers, but individuals. The mist thickens briefly, cloaking the figures in soft veils. The cook sees in that moment an image that will stay with him. A line of men blurred by fog, reaching forward not with rifles, but with empty tins. They could be ghosts, or they could be pilgrims at some humble altar. It reminds him that food is ritual as much as necessity, a binding thread across centuries. Armies have always marched, always fought, always needed to eat. His work is old, older than any general's strategy. Nearby, the camp itself awakens in fragments. Horses snort in the makeshift stables. An engine sputters and coughs before settling into a growl. The sound of spades striking frozen ground echoes from the latrine trench. A chaplain walks slowly, head bowed, murmuring prayers that drift like smoke. All of it weaves into a tapestry of morning life, a fragile normalcy built atop the chaos of war. The cook hands a bowl to a soldier whose eyes are rimmed red. The man mutters thanks, then stands aside, cupping the bowl as if it were something sacred. Another soldier jokes about the thinness of the stew, but even he smiles as he takes his portion. The cook answers with a shrug, lips curled faintly upward. He has learned that humor, even of the bitter kind, is better than silence heavy with despair. As dawn strengthens, light seeps across the camp, picking out details like a brush on canvas. The outlines of tents sharpen. The frost on ropes glitters. The smoke from chimneys rises straight upward before dissolving into the pale sky. With light comes activity. Orders shouted, boots striking in formation, the clank of rifles checked and rechecked. Yet still, in the corner where the cook stands, there is gentleness. The fire crackles, the pot bubbles, and the men pass through the line one by one, softened briefly by the act of being fed. It is in these moments that the cook feels his wish confirmed. His work, humble as it is, matters. The transformation is visible. Shoulders uncoil, voices lighten, even laughter surfaces. No battle is won here, no headline written, but something is restored. Call it strength, call it hope, that will be carried into whatever the day demands. Later, as the last soldier leaves the line and the pots stand scraped clean, the cook takes a moment for himself. He pours a half ladle of thin coffee into his tin and sits on the same crate where he had peeled potatoes hours earlier. He drinks slowly, letting the warmth spread through his chest, letting the noise of the camp wash around him. He does not need much. This sip, this pause, is enough to steady his hands for the chores that await. The sun breaks fully now, a pale disk struggling against haze. The camp is awake, the breath drawn deep. The day has begun, and though guns may soon thunder in the distance, though orders may send men marching into danger, the cook's work has already laid its quiet foundation. He has given them what he could, and with that, the camp breathes easier. Potatoes wait in dim light, each peel a steady rhythm. The mist has lifted a little, though the sky still holds the color of pewter. It is not yet the full brightness of day, but enough light filters through to show the shapes of tents, the uneven ground, the long shadows of men moving to their duties. For the cook, this is the time when the true work begins, not in the firing of rifles or the mapping of strategies, but in the endless cycle of preparing food from whatever can be gathered. And at the heart of it, always, are potatoes. The sacks stand heavy in the corner of the field kitchen, their burlap skins damp with frost. They lean against each other like tired companions, waiting to be noticed. Each one carries within it the promise of sustenance, simple starch that fills the belly, restores salt to weary muscles, and offers the illusion of fullness even when little else can be provided. Potatoes are humble, unassuming, yet in war they become currency, comfort, and lifeline. The cook drags one sack closer, its weight rough against his palms. He cuts the twine with the small blade he keeps tucked at his belt, the same blade dulled by weeks of constant use. The opening releases an earthy scent, damp soil, stored cellar, a faint bitterness that clings to the root. He inhales, not with delight, but with recognition. This is the smell of work, the smell of hours bent over a knife, of hands stiffening in the cold. He sits again on his crate, the one that has molded to his weight through repetition. The knife flashes in the muted light, catching briefly before sinking into the skin of the first potato. Peel curls downward, a spiral ribbon that drops into a bucket. The rhythm is familiar. Scrape, turn, peel. Scrape, turn, peel. His body remembers it even when his mind drifts elsewhere. Around him, the camp hums with growing noise. Officers calling orders, boots tramping in loose formation, the cough of an engine, the distant crackle of a radio. Yet within this circle of burlap and crate, the soundscape narrows to the quiet rasp of blade against root, the occasional sigh of steam from the stove. In that narrowness, there is a strange kind of peace. The cook thinks of other hands that have peeled potatoes in other kitchens. Farm wives with aprons dusted in flour, children perched on stools, clumsy with paring knives. Diners with linoleum counters where hired help scraped roots into metal bins. Across time and distance, this act has remained unchanged, simple, repetitive, necessary. It ties him to generations who worked with less recognition than they deserved, who made meals appear from the most ordinary of ingredients. A private sits beside him, knees drawn up, hands fumbling with his own knife. The boy is young, too young perhaps for the weight of the uniform. His cheeks are still smooth, his eyes still carry some brightness not yet dimmed by months of war. He grumbles about the chore, about how the pile never seems to shrink. The cook listens, smiles faintly, and says nothing. Words are not required. Instead, he shows the boy the right angle, the right twist of the wrist to keep the peel thin but steady. Soon the rhythm aligns. 2 knives, 2 sets of curls dropping into the bucket. Feels like we'll be at it forever, the boy mutters. The cook answers quietly. Forever is just 1 potato at a time. The boy chuckles, perhaps not realizing that this small piece of advice contains a truth large enough to carry him through much worse than this. The bucket fills slowly. The skins pile up, a mountain of curls and scraps. These will be thrown aside, but the cook glances at them with a thought. In another context, another time, they might have been saved, boiled down for starch, used in broths, or even fried crisp for children. Waste is a luxury that war erodes. Even peelings can become useful if desperation demands it. He wonders if that day will come here. The potatoes themselves, now stripped and pale, lie in another container. Their surfaces gleam with moisture, each one carrying the faint nick of the knife. Soon they will be diced into cubes, dropped into the pot to soften in boiling broth. They will thicken stew, stretch rations, disguise the scarcity of meat. No one will praise them, yet all will rely on them. The cook sees in them the echo of his own role. Plain, steady, often overlooked, but necessary. Hours pass this way, though time is not measured in minutes, but in potatoes peeled, in buckets filled, in sacks emptied. Shoulders ache, wrists stiffen, yet the work continues without complaint. The rhythm becomes meditation. Each potato is a thought, a memory, a prayer offered silently. Some he dedicates to faces he remembers from home. Some he dedicates to the weary men who will eat tonight. Each one, in its small way, carries meaning beyond its humble flesh. Outside, the day brightens fully, though clouds keep the sun pale and distant. The camp bustles now with full energy, weapons checked, gear packed, orders shouted. A truck rumbles past, splattering mud, while a column of men marches beyond the tree line. War presses forward, relentless. Yet here, in this corner, the cook bends to his simple labor, steady as stone. From time to time, officers glance his way. To them, he is background, necessary but unremarkable. To the men in line, he is a figure of constancy. To himself, he is simply a man with a knife, a bucket, and a sack of potatoes. His wish remains. Let these simple roots become enough. By midday, the last sack stands empty, the last peel dropped into the bucket. The cook wipes his knife on a rag, flexes his stiff fingers, and rises slowly from the crate. Around him, the kitchen waits for the next stage, chopping, boiling, seasoning. But for a moment he allows himself to stand still, to breathe the cool air, to feel the quiet satisfaction of work completed. The pile of peeled potatoes gleams like ivory stones in the weak light. They do not look like much. They will not taste like much. Yet tonight, when the men eat, they will feel fuller, steadier, more capable of walking into tomorrow. And that, the cook thinks, is worth every ache in his shoulders. The promise of coffee warms even the coldest morning air. The morning has reached that moment when chill and light wrestle for mastery. Frost still clings stubbornly to the ropes of the tents, but patches of mud already soften under the rising gray sun. Boots scuff, men mutter, and the ordinary day of war begins to unfold. Yet for the cook, there is a separate ritual, one that has as much weight as the firing of a rifle or the unfurling of a map, the making of coffee. It is not the kind of coffee known in cafes or parlors, not rich blends from polished tins with elegant labels. No, this is army coffee, often bitter, sometimes stale, always stretched too thin. Beans, when available, come cracked and dusty from rough transport. Other times, chicory or roasted grain is mixed in to fool the palate into believing in fullness. And yet, despite its flaws, coffee holds a power far greater than its flavor. It is hope poured steaming into a tin cup, a reminder of mornings before uniforms and mud. The cook approaches the task with care. He lifts the dented pot, heavy with water drawn earlier from the barrel, and places it squarely over the fire. Flames lick the blackened sides, smoke curling upward. He waits for the first hints of trembling on the surface, then sprinkles the grounds, dark flecks against pale water. They spread slowly, some sinking, some floating, releasing their sharp, earthy scent. At once the air shifts. The smell threads its way across the kitchen space, sliding into the nostrils of nearby men. Shoulders straighten, heads turn. A murmur ripples through the line. They know that smell, and it pulls at memory more strongly than any bugle call. For one soldier, it may recall mornings on a farm, father sipping from a chipped mug before harnessing the horses. For another, it may conjure the sound of a mother humming by the stove, pouring coffee into a cup before beginning her day's chores. For yet another, it is the recollection of a sweetheart, hands small and quick, setting down a cup on a polished counter before rushing to work. The cook stirs slowly, mindful not to spill, mindful too that each precious grain must do its work. He hums under his breath, a tune no one can quite catch as the pot begins to roll with bubbles. The hiss and gurgle sound almost alive, almost content. He removes the pot briefly from the fire, letting it settle, then sets it back again, an old trick to draw more flavor from weak grounds. He has learned these small arts not from manuals, but from necessity, from listening to older cooks who shared secrets in half-whispered tones around their own field stoves. Nearby, soldiers wait, pretending not to watch too closely. Some sharpen knives, others adjust gear, one ties and reties the same bootlace, but all of them tilt their noses toward the drifting scent, their patience tested. The cook knows this, and he smiles faintly. He is in control of this moment, one of the few domains in war where a man may set the pace. Finally, he judges the brew ready. He lifts the pot, steady arms despite its weight, and begins to pour into the first cup. The liquid is dark, steaming, carrying with it the promise of warmth that no blanket can offer. The soldier receiving it closes his hands around the tin, not drinking at once, but savoring the heat seeping into stiff fingers. His eyes close briefly, a sigh escaping. He looks older, then younger, all at once. One by one, the cups are filled. The cook moves down the line, repeating the act with a rhythm that seems almost ceremonial. Each pour is accompanied by a glance, a nod, a brief exchange of gratitude or humor. "Strong enough to march on," one man quips. "Strong enough to clean boots with," another mutters. The cook shrugs, amused. He has heard it all before, yet each sip, no matter the joke, draws life back into weary eyes. In that steam, in that bitterness, lies a kind of truce. For a few minutes, men are not soldiers facing uncertainty. They are simply men holding coffee in the morning, talking quietly, as if the world beyond the camp has paused. Laughter bubbles here and there, soft, hesitant at first, then freer. The cook notices how shoulders lean closer, how the line breaks into clusters, how silence gives way to murmurs of story and memory. He takes his own portion last, always last. The dregs are his share, weaker than the first pours, flecked with grounds that cling to his tongue. But he drinks slowly, holding the cup with both hands, closing his eyes to let the warmth spread. In that moment, he imagines himself home again. At the kitchen table, sunlight spilling across the floorboards, a clock ticking steady on the wall. For a fleeting second, the war dissolves, and he is simply a man with coffee, safe and unhurried. The pot empties too soon, as it always does. Soldiers scrape the bottoms of their cups with spoons, hoping for another mouthful. The cook nods, promises more later, though he knows the supply may not stretch. Still, he lets the promise stand. Promises, even thin ones, are fuel in themselves. When the cups are rinsed, when the last curl of steam fades, the camp resumes its motion. Orders are shouted, gear hefted, rifles inspected. Yet something has changed. The edge of fatigue has softened. The weight of silence has lifted slightly. The cook sees it in the way men walk with firmer steps, in the way their eyes carry a faint spark. The coffee has done its work, not only on the body, but on the spirit. He cleans the pot carefully, scraping out the stubborn grounds, wiping the inside with a rag. His hands ache, his shoulders burn, but he feels a quiet satisfaction. He has kept his wish alive, to nourish, to steady, to give these men a fragment of comfort. As the morning grows louder, as engines roar and voices rise, the cook sets the pot aside, blackened and dented but ready for another round. He knows he will repeat this tomorrow and the day after, and as long as the war demands. Each time, the coffee will be thin, bitter, imperfect, and each time, it will be enough. Steam rises as small stories soften the edge of labor. By mid-morning, the kitchen has its own weather. Steam blooms from the mouths of the kettles and hangs beneath the canvas like a gentle cloud, beating on ropes and dripping in patient ticks along the tent seams. The field stove breathes in slow bellows, wood popping, iron sighing. If you stand still and close your eyes, the world narrows to 3 sounds: the hush of simmering, the soft scrape of spoon on pot, and the low murmur of men who have learned to keep their voices kind. The cook works the long paddle through the porridge, the weight of it a familiar pull along his shoulder. Each sweep is steady, unhurried, drawing heat from the center and returning it to the edges so nothing scalds. Beside him, an older hand, Jenkins, who measures time by campaigns instead of months, tests a pan of onions with the back of his knuckles, nods once, and tips them into the stew to turn sweetness into strength. The air brightens with that simple perfume. Browned edges, a hint of patience. North Africa, Jenkins says, as if someone had asked, though no one had. Sand so fine it found its way into the salt tins. We peeled with bayonets when the knives went dull. The trick was to keep the blade away from your own fingers and the sand out of the pot. Mostly managed one of the two. He smiles without showing teeth, and the young private beside him, Miller, all elbows in new boots, shakes his head. I thought cooks were safe, Miller says, half a joke. Safe, Jenkins answers, is a word for postcards. Steam drifts and curls. Men ease closer for the warmth and for the talk that rises, not loud but constant, the way a brook speaks even when no one listens. Stories come out in slivers, shaped by what the hands are doing. The chaplain passes through, offering a word and a sleeve, carries a crate without being asked, and leaves with his collar damp and his expression softer. Somewhere beyond the trees, guns thump in the way distant weather does. Present, but not enough to tilt the pans. "Grinder jammed again," someone calls from the coffee bench. The cook wipes his hands, steps over, and cradles the dented cylinder like a fussy instrument. A small stone winks between the burrs, a stowaway from a long, rough road. He coaxes it loose, turns the handle, listens for the sandpaper purr that means things are right enough. The first scent of grounds escapes, a bitter ribbon that makes shoulders rise just a fraction, as if remembering mornings with less mud. Miller lays bread out on a board and works his knife along the loaf, thin as honesty. He tilts a heel slice toward the cook. "Think they'll notice it's yesterday's?" "They'll notice it's bread," the cook says, and Miller grins. He tucks aside 2 crusts, dry as paper, and later will slip them into his pocket for a pair of boys on outpost duty, who always land at the end of the line. Around here, kindness travels the way heat does, quietly, by contact. A corporal from the aid tent ducks in with his hat in his hands. "We've 3 who can't take solids today," he says, voice gentled by the place he's been. The cook nods, reaches for a smaller pot, ladles broth from the stew before the onions turn fierce, and sets it to whisper with a handful of cracked grain, stirring until it becomes something that can slide down without argument. He pinches in the last of the good salt, a luxury he never mentions, and thinks, as he often does, that flavor is a kind of medicine no one charts. Jenkins lifts the lid on a tin-stamped beef in letters certain of themselves. He smells, tips his head, and smiles that careful smile again. "Army spelling," he says. "Could be anything that ever walked on 4 legs." The others chuckle, a small, black-edged humor that lets the room breathe. The cook dices it fine, lets it fall into the pot, where onions and potatoes will make it honest. "Pepper," Jenkins says, and the cook shakes twice, not for heat, but for courage. Steam gathers on the men's faces, pearls along eyelashes, dampening stray curls. Stories keep their soft pace. A boy from Ohio describes a creek that ran green in April and brown by July, and how his grandmother measured biscuits by the feel of the dough, never a cup in sight. A machinist from Pittsburgh swears he can tell the make of any truck by ear, then proves it twice without asking for applause. The chaplain, on his way back, hums Shenandoah under his breath and forgets to stop at the tent flap. No one minds. In this corner of the war, melody is a condiment. "Tell them about the Christmas thing," Miller urges, eyes bright. Jenkins shakes his head. "That was only cooking," he says. "Exactly," Miller answers. So the older man sketches the memory in a few strokes, the scrounged spices, the coffee hoarded for days, the way silence fell when the first bite hit the tongue. "Men remembered their names for a whole hour," he adds, which is his grandest way of saying it mattered. The cook listens and does not stop working. He turns the paddle, lowers the flame a hair, lays a cloth over a pot that prefers to boil over the second a man looks away. He thinks of home without letting the thought grow too sharp. The narrow kitchen, the radiators ticking, his mother's habit of tapping the spoon twice on the rim to call a dish finished. He taps the long paddle now, once, twice, and it feels like a blessing passed along through ordinary wood. A runner appears, cheeks red with wind. "Front foxholes," he says. "Get the next mermites if you've got 'em." The cook nods. They warm soapstone slabs along the stove's edge until they glow in a way only careful hands notice, and slip them into the false bottoms Jenkins built from scrap. The tins will carry heat as far as nerves can stand to walk. "You'll want the path along the hedgerow," Jenkins tells the runner. "Wind's got a mean mind today." Advice is folded into every second spoonful. It is how men keep each other upright. In a lull, someone tells a joke so old it has become new. Something about coffee strong enough to polish boots, and the cook nearly smiles all the way. He has heard versions of it in 3 countries and on 2 coasts. It is less a joke than a password that says we are still ourselves in here. Miller follows with a story about a chicken that learned to live under a truck for warmth and laid eggs directly into a tool pouch all winter. "Smartest bird I ever met," he says. "Smarter than me, anyway." Jenkins raises an eyebrow. "That would not be hard," he says, and the room warms by 2 degrees. There are darker edges, as there always are. A letter folds open at the crate's end and air changes. No one asks, no one looks too long. The man who reads it tucks it away, clears his throat, and reaches for the ladle. The cook quiets the pot for him with a thumb across the rim. A small, needless gesture that says, "I'm here." When the man takes his bowl, he stares into the steam as if it might answer. It doesn't, but it loosens the knot in his jaw. Toward noon, the mist that had made a ceiling for their little world thins and rises. Light comes in sideways, diluted, as if rinsed twice. Through that pale, the kitchen looks almost like a place you might remember later without flinching. Men in wet wool, sleeves rolled, faces tenderized by heat and story. Someone starts sorting the peelings for a stock pot that is never officially on the ledger. Waste is what you have when life is easy. Here, it is a recipe. The first line for lunch forms of its own accord, not because a whistle blew, but because the smell has become convincing. The cook takes his station, palms the ladle, nods to the first man, and something like a sermon begins. Call and response, act and answer. Tin opens, stew falls in with a soft gulp. Bread finds the top as a lid against wind. Please and thank you thread between boots like small domestic birds. That's all the talk a man needs some days. A bandaged hand reaches forward and trembles. Without a word, the cook sets his own tin down, cups the soldier's kit with both hands, keeps it steady until the weight is safely his again. The soldier lowers his eyes, embarrassed to be seen tender. "Hold fast," the cook says, the only blessing he knows by heart. The soldier nods, the shape of the bandage bright against the darker wool. All the while the stories continue, but softer now, as if the steam has taught their tellers to speak in the key of mercy. Someone mentions a sister's laugh, the car that only started if you kicked the passenger door just so, the smell of lilacs by a porch that faced west. These are not plans or strategies. These are proofs. I have come from somewhere. I belong somewhere. I will return. Every bowl passed forward carries a trace of those proofs, ladled without being seen. Later, when the last of the stew has been encouraged from the corners of the pot with a flat spoon, when the bread heels have been swept together like coins, the kitchen exhales. Men wipe the boards, bank the fire, rinse tins with water warmed to kindness. Miller stretches his back and looks younger for it. Jenkins sits for the length of 2 breaths, then stands again, because old soldiers are powered by things no one explains. The cook pours the dregs of coffee into a cup and lets the ground settle before drinking. It is strong in the way a man becomes strong, by being asked to do more with less and learning how. He thinks of the stories that moved through the steam, and realizes they were not decorations around the work. They were the work. In giving each other memory, the men remembered themselves. In handing each other bowls, they handed proof that somebody was still paying attention. Outside, wind curls a corner of the tarp and tugs at the smell of onions. Far beyond, a single burst of fire answers another and then goes quiet. Inside, a spoon taps twice on iron, and without deciding to, the men pause and listen. Tap, tap, done. For now. Shortages whisper silently, felt in every measured portion. By the time the sun climbs fully above the horizon, the camp feels alive in every corner. Boots marching toward drills, officers hunched over maps, a truck coughing black smoke as it strains to life. Yet inside the field kitchen, the day's true battle is quieter. It is not fought with rifles or shouted commands, but with numbers, scraps, and the stubborn reality of shortages that never ease. The cook spreads the ledger across a makeshift table, the paper curled from damp and smudged with grease. Columns of figures line the page, neat once but now cluttered with notes in pencil. Save flour, stretch oats, coffee, half ration only. He runs a finger down the page as if tracing the ribs of a starving man. It is a living record of want, a silent reminder that war consumes food as hungrily as it consumes men. He looks at the sacks stacked along the wall. Fewer today, always fewer. Flour, once measured by the bag, is now parceled in scoops. Sugar is almost gone, its sweetness reduced to a rumor. Coffee tins stand lighter each morning, grounds rattling like bones. Meat arrives less often and in stranger forms, tins marked simply beef or pork in block letters, contents of questionable origin. Once he opened one to find a gray slab that smelled more of tin than animal. Still, he chopped it fine, added potatoes and onions, and called it stew. The men ate because hunger silences questions. Knives dull quickly against the endless parade of roots and tinned flesh. The cook sharpens them on stones until sparks fly, but still they catch. Tear instead of slice. He does not complain. A dull knife is slower, that is all, and slower means more hours awake, more time bent over the cutting board. His hands bear the proof. Calluses layered on blisters, skin cracked and raw from cold water and hot metal. Fuel, too, is rationed with stinginess. Wet wood smokes instead of burns, blackening pots and lungs alike. Coal, when it appears, is guarded like treasure. The goulash kanona, the field kitchen itself, requires its own fuel, carefully measured so that it roars when needed, but never wastes a spark. More than once, the cook has watched the sergeant turn a blind eye as men tossed in bits of broken crates, splintered furniture from abandoned farmhouses, even scraps of old wagons. Survival has no patience for regulations. These obstacles speak without words. They whisper in every decision the cook makes. How much salt to risk in one pot when tomorrow may bring none? Whether to thicken a stew with flour that could instead stretch into bread. Whether to save coffee grounds for officers or let a weary private have one more swallow. Choices that never make the reports yet shape the spirit of a unit. Jenkins, with his weathered face and quiet humor, often mutters, "It's the shortages that fight us hardest." He is right. Guns roar, shells fall, but hunger gnaws at men silently, steals their strength 1 pound at a time. The cook sees it in their cheeks, in the way uniforms hang looser, in the hollow that forms between collarbone and neck. He feels it in their eyes when they stand in line, eyes that scan the ladle, the pot, searching for signs of fullness or emptiness. One morning, a soldier lingers at the back of the line, mess tin clutched tight. He stares at the pot long after his portion has been poured. More, he whispers. The cook hesitates. There is none to give, not really. Yet he tilts the ladle just enough to let a spoonful slide in, thin as water but hot. The soldier nods, grateful, though the gesture may cost another man his own mouthful later. These are the calculations the cook makes daily, choices between one hunger and another. There are days when even water becomes an adversary. Pipes freeze solid, buckets crack, and snow must be melted in vast quantities for even a trickle of liquid. 10 buckets of snow yield barely 1 bucket of water, and the fires needed for melting drain the fuel stocks further. Still, the cook bends over the task, filling pot after pot with scoops of snow, watching it collapse into nothing, then starting again. The rhythm is maddening, yet there is no alternative. Men cannot march without water. And yet, despite these silent obstacles, meals appear. Not lavish, not plentiful, but there. Bread, though coarse and heavy, fills the stomach. Stew, though thin, warms the bones. Coffee, though bitter, steadies the spirit. The men tease, complain, joke that the cook serves dishwater, but they return each morning, each night, tin in hand, trusting that something, anything, will be waiting. That trust is as fragile as the supplies, but the cook guards it fiercely. At night, when the camp grows quiet and the fires burn low, he sometimes sits with the ledger again. The pencil scratches as he subtracts, divides, imagines what tomorrow will demand. He sighs, folds the paper, and tucks it back into its oilcloth cover. Then he rubs his hands with a smear of petroleum jelly, the only relief for cracked skin, and lies down on his cot. He knows the shortages will whisper again at dawn, and he will answer them, the only way he can, with patience, with invention, with the stubborn refusal to let the line go empty. A long line of cups forms, each one carrying hope. By midday, the camp has shifted into full motion. Orders have flown down the chain, trucks have rolled out and returned caked in mud, and squads have already gone and come back from small patrols. Yet at the heart of it all, the line forms, slow at first, then suddenly stretching like a long shadow across the churned ground. It is not a line for rations of ammunition or paybooks. It is a line of men waiting with mess tins in hand, waiting for food. From the kitchen's vantage point, the line is a living thing. It grows, contracts, ripples as men shuffle their boots, cough into sleeves, or trade low words. The cook sees it as he always does, a procession of cups, dented and battered, catching the weak light like pewter relics. Each tin is different, scarred by drops and scratches, the faint initials of owners etched into the sides. They are carried forward with care, because the meal within is as precious as the steel walls that protect the camp. The first man steps forward, cup extended. He does not speak, nor does the cook. The ladle dips, the stew slides down with a soft sound, and the tin is returned. The man nods once, moves aside, and another steps up. This rhythm repeats itself, ladle, pour, nod, until it feels like an unspoken chant. It is not grand ceremony, but in its steadiness, it has the weight of ritual. The cook notices details others miss. The way one soldier wraps both hands around his cup before the food is even poured, as though he is starving not only for nourishment, but for warmth. The way another taps his boot nervously, as if fearing the pot might empty before it is his turn. The way the youngest men glance again and again toward the line behind them, worried for comrades who might arrive late and miss out. Every line tells a story, and this one is no different. A sergeant with a scar across his cheek takes his portion without a word, then steps aside to let a corporal slip in front of him. A private in patched trousers lingers long enough to mutter a thank you so soft it barely rises above the hiss of steam. One man, eyes rimmed red from sleeplessness, clutches his bowl so tightly the knuckles whiten. The cook recognizes in him the tremor of someone who has not eaten well for days. He tilts the ladle a little longer, lets the stew fall heavier. No one notices, but the man's shoulders drop in quiet relief. At the far end of the line, Miller cracks a joke about how this stew could shoe horses if it cooled any further. A ripple of laughter moves through the waiting men, softening their posture, easing the stiffness in their backs. Humor, bitter as it may be, becomes another seasoning stirred into the meal. Even Jenkins grunts in amusement, and that, from him, is as good as applause. The cook keeps his focus steady. The pot is deep, but not endless. He calculates, silently, portion by portion, trying to stretch what remains so that every tin will see at least something. Hunger is a cruel enemy, one that creeps into bones and dulls minds. To send a man away empty is to send him weaker into the tasks that wait beyond camp. So the ladle dips evenly, carefully, never too generous, never too stingy. The line shuffles forward. The air grows heavier with the mingling scents of stew, damp wool, and the faint metallic tang of tin. Boots scuff against frozen ruts. The steam rises in gentle curtains, wrapping the men like a blanket, if only for a moment. Each man accepts his portion, as if accepting more than food, accepting proof that someone still sees him, that his hunger has been noticed, that his waiting has been worth it. When the pot nears its bottom, the cook feels the familiar pressure tighten in his chest. The ladle scrapes louder against the metal, dragging up the last chunks of potato, the final slivers of onion, the broth darkened by hours of simmering. The line has not ended yet. Eyes search his face for a sign. Will there be enough? He does not answer aloud. He only keeps scooping, tilting the pot slightly when needed, making each pour count. Finally, the last soldier steps forward. His tin is small, dented inward on one side. The cook tips the pot fully, coaxing out the final ladleful. It is thin, almost more liquid than solid, but it fills the bottom of the cup. The soldier looks at it for a moment, then lifts his eyes and offers a crooked grin. "Better than nothing," he says softly. The cook nods, and the man walks away. The line dissolves into clusters of men crouched on crates or leaning against tent poles, each one eating with quiet focus. The pots are empty now. The cook and his crew wipe them with rags, scrape them clean with spoons, and set them back on the stove to catch whatever warmth remains from the fire. His arms ache, his back is stiff, but his heart steadies. Another line has been met. Another day's hunger held at bay, if only just. Jenkins sits heavily on a crate, stretching his legs. "Always feels longer than it is," he mutters. Miller chuckles, tossing his spoon from hand to hand. "Feels shorter to the men out there." The cook doesn't reply. He only looks at the dented tins scattered across the camp, reflecting the weak winter sun, and thinks of how much those cups carry. Hunger, memory, hope. He knows the line will form again by evening, and again tomorrow, and again until the war decides to end. Each time it will stretch, each time it will test, each time it will whisper the same silent truth. Men cannot march on empty stomachs, and the cook's quiet battle must always be won. A bandaged hand reveals the weight of quiet compassion. The afternoon drifts in with a thin, gray light that seems reluctant to spread across the camp. Clouds hang low, their bellies heavy with the threat of snow, though nothing falls just yet. The ground is slick from yesterday's thaw, frozen again by night, and boots crunch on the surface before sinking into hidden mud. It is the kind of weather that dampens voices, pulling every sound down into the earth. Inside the kitchen space, the cook wipes down the tables with a cloth stiffened by earlier washings. The air is dense with the smell of boiled roots and the faint bitterness of coffee grounds discarded into the ash. Pans clatter softly as Miller stacks them in lopsided towers. Jenkins sharpens a knife slowly, the rasp of stone against metal echoing like a quiet metronome. All of them move with the calm that comes after a rush, when the line has been served and the camp is fed for now. Then comes the moment that catches the cook's attention. A small thing, almost invisible. A soldier steps forward, tin in hand, and his right palm is wrapped clumsily in bandages, stained brown from both mud and blood. He grips the tin awkwardly in his left hand, fingers trembling from the strain. His eyes do not meet anyone else's. He simply holds out the cup, trying not to let it shake. The cook notices before anyone else. Without hesitation, he sets aside his own spoon, takes the tin gently from the man's weak grip, and steadies it with his own calloused hands. He pours the stew slowly, careful not to spill a drop. Then, instead of handing it back into the trembling fingers, he lowers it onto the edge of the table, nodding for the soldier to take it when ready. The bandaged hand hovers, uncertain. Finally, the soldier shifts his weight, braces the cup with his good hand, and lifts it against his chest. No words are exchanged, not then. But in that pause, in that simple act of steadying another man's hunger, something larger takes place. The cook feels the weight of the moment settle on him. This is not just feeding. This is recognition. That even in war, when names blur and ranks replace faces, someone notices when a man struggles to hold his own tin. The soldier's eyes flick upward, just once. Gratitude passes silently across the narrow gap. Then he moves away, shoulders hunched, finding a place among the others crouched by the tent flaps. He eats slowly, clumsy with one hand, but steady enough now. The cook returns to his tasks, though the image stays with him. The bandaged palm, the trembling tin, the quiet relief. It reminds him of his father. Long ago, before the war, he had watched those same hands, strong then, not yet wrinkled, steady a calf learning to walk. The calf's legs had trembled, refusing to hold its weight, and his father's hand had pressed against its side, firm but gentle, until the animal found its balance. Everything needs a little bracing at first, his father had said. Now, years later, he realizes how true that still is. Men, too, need bracing when they falter. The cook continues to serve the line, but he watches more closely now. He sees the small hesitations others miss. A man shifting his weight because one boot sole is torn through, another holding his breath as he waits, perhaps to keep his hunger from showing. He adjusts his ladle, not lavishly but with intention. An extra potato here, a thicker portion there. It is not fairness, not exactly. It is mercy measured in spoonfuls. Later, as the rush fades and the last of the stew is scraped from the pot, Miller whistles low. "Did you see that fella?" Looked like he'd fall over if someone breathed too hard, Jenkins grunts. War's full of those. You either steady 'em, or they slip through. His tone is flat, but the cook hears something beneath it. An old memory, perhaps, of someone who slipped away when no one steadied them. That evening, as the camp winds down, the cook sits with his tin of coffee, thinner than ever, the grounds floating like dark islands across the surface. He doesn't drink at once. Instead, he warms his fingers against the metal, thinking of the soldier with the bandaged hand. He wonders where that man will be tomorrow, in the line again, in a trench, or carried back to the aid tent. The uncertainty gnaws, but the memory of the gesture soothes. He did what he could in that moment, and sometimes a moment is all one can give. The camp noises fade into evening rhythm. A harmonica drifts from somewhere near the fire. Boots shuffle across frozen dirt. The air smells of wood smoke and damp canvas. The cook breathes deeply, letting it fill his lungs, letting the memory of the day settle inside him. He knows tomorrow will bring another line, another pot, another choice to make quietly. But tonight, he carries the image of steadying a tin, of offering not just food, but dignity. He thinks, too, of how small gestures ripple outward. A steadied tin today may mean a steadier march tomorrow. A full belly may mean one more ounce of courage when orders come. Compassion is not measured in grand speeches or medals. It is measured in whether a man can hold his supper without spilling it, and whether someone cares enough to notice. The fire dies lower. The cook finally sips his coffee, bitter as ever, but it goes down smoother because of the memory. He closes his eyes, exhales, and lets the warmth carry him a little further into the night. Each ladleful becomes more than food. It becomes trust. By late afternoon, the light turns the color of cooled iron, and everything in camp seems to speak a half-tone lower. The morning's rush has burned away. Drills are finished, dispatches filed, boots scraped clean as well as they can be. What remains is the long breath-held hour before evening chow, when men hover at the edge of weariness and wait for the kitchen to declare the day survivable. The cook knows this hour well. He has learned to listen to the way the camp grows quiet around it, the way anticipation collects like dew on tent ropes. He tends the stew without looking at it, the way a man might tend a fire he trusts. The long spoon slides along the bottom in patient arcs, lifting, turning, teaching the heat to do its work without scorching. Potatoes carry the bulk of it, onions the heart, and a stingy measure of meat chopped so small it disappears except on the tongue, where flavor is louder than sight. Jenkins salts with 2 pinches, no more, explaining to no one that a third would taste like plenty tonight and like regret tomorrow. Line will start early, Miller says, glancing toward the path where men will gather. They always do when the sky does that. The sky is a slate lid, low and steady. The cook nods. He has learned that weather writes its own orders. Cold pulls men toward the pots the way it pulls smoke sideways. Rain brings them in close, a shoulder's width apart, sharing both the drip and the heat. Even clear evenings gather their own lines, as if the promise of stars requires something warm in the hand to meet it. When the first boots scuff to a stop, the cook wipes the rim of the ladle, a needless habit, but habits are how a man tells himself he's careful, and lifts it to the top of the pot. The stew mounds and slides, thick enough to hold together, thin enough to stretch. He fills the first tin, not too full. That would speak of carelessness. Not too scant. That would speak of fear. There is a language in portions. Men listen for it with their eyes. A private at the head of the line nods, eyes on the bowl rather than the cook. His fingers close around metal with a small sigh, the kind a sleeping child makes when a blanket is tucked just right. The cook sees the sigh, though he pretends not to. You never name the holy things while they're happening. The next man steps forward with a tin polished thin by years of rinsing, initials beaten into the side with a nail. The cook remembers that tin, remembers the day its handle broke and the way the owner tried to carry stew in a hand cupped like a bowl. He'd found wire, he'd found time, and he'd found a way to make the handle hold again. Ever since, the man hands it over with a careful pride. The cook gives him a touch more, just a spoon's width, because he trusts that pride to carry it back without waste. That, the cook has come to understand, is what the ladle measures. Not ounces, not calories, not the arithmetic of beans and flour. It measures trust. It measures the bond between the man who stirs and the men who wait, an exchange older than any uniform. In towns and farms and city tenements, the old rule was the same. If the cook is careful with the food, the house will be careful with the cook. A kitchen fails when that balance breaks. "Don't forget the outpost," Jenkins murmurs without looking up. He never has to say which one. There's a pair of boys dug in past the hedgerow, always late, always empty-eyed from watching a piece of road no one expects to matter. The cook sets 2 tins aside, lids on, tucked near the soapstone slabs that keep heat longer than the stories of it. He slides the tins far from sight, not secret, but private, the way you might place bread in a pocket for a child who won't ask. A lieutenant appears, crisp and neat as a knife, and hovers at the edge of the line. "Regulations," he begins, the word polished by academy air. The sergeant from the kitchen appears as if that word had summoned him. They trade sentences, all square corners and straight edges, about portion weights and officer priorities, and the ledger that will need to add up in pencil and good conscience. The cook keeps pouring. He does not look up. There is a kind of mercy in not making eye contact while the grown men tidy their pride. In a minute, it settles. Officers will get coffee poured early tomorrow. Enlisted will not be cut tonight. The ledger will explain itself with clarity and a not unreasonable number of erasures. Everyone saves face. Everyone eats. The line moves. The ladle dips and rises. Trust accrues in small, unceremonious ways. A man with a bandaged wrist leans his tin on the board, and the cook angles the pour so it doesn't slop. Another stands with his eyes on the distant tree line, lips counting some private measure. The cook, unasked, shaves a slice of bread thinner so that the end of the loaf will reach someone behind him. He remembers a rule from home: leave some for the latecomer, and obeys it even here. Not every face is easy to read. There is the new transfer who holds his tin like a borrowed book. There is the veteran who jokes on reflex, the sound brittle at the edges. There is the quiet one who has never once complained and whose collarbones show like picture rails under his wool. The cook learns to read their posture the way a man reads weather, what a shoulder means, what the angle of a jaw says, what silence asks of the pot. The ladle answers gently. It says, "I see you." It says, "I am doing the best I can." It says, "Come back tomorrow and I will still be here." Now and then trust is tested. A man cuts the line, sliding in on a borrowed laugh, empty tin held like a pass. The cook notices. He always notices, but he does not scold. Instead, he pauses an extra beat on the pour of the man behind him, just long enough for the line to correct itself with a cough and a shuffle, and the older soldier's hand on the cutter's elbow. The kitchen rarely needs to speak the correction out loud. People who have been hungry learn quickly the ways a community protects its own fairness. Another test comes in the shape of rumor: that the cooks keep better coffee for themselves, that the stew is richer in the first 20 bowls, that officers' tins carry meat at the bottom where no one can prove it. Rumor is the opposite of trust. It fills the spaces where knowledge should live. The sergeant answers rumors the way you answer a cold wind, with work. He stands at the line for a full service, ladles himself, and when his turn comes, he takes his portion straight from the scraped bottom, smiling like a man who has won a small bet against the weather. The rumor thins the way. Smoke does when the damp wood finally catches. A runner arrives from the outpost, cheeks raw as apples in frost. "They can't make the line," he says, eyes on the road. The cook nods and lifts the 2 lidded tins without a word. "Soapstone set?" Jenkins asks. "Hot as memory," the cook says. Miller takes the tins, slings them in a cloth, and disappears along the hedgerow, a dark figure against darker brush. He returns later empty-handed and bright-eyed. "One of them tried to trade me his pocket knife for a second slice," he says, breath fogging. "I told him keep his knife. The second slice is a house rule." Jenkins snorts. House rules keep houses standing. It is a small thing. The second slice, the tucked-away tins. But small things are how trust keeps its shape. The men learn to believe that the kitchen thinks of them when they are not present. The kitchen, in turn, believes that the men will bring back the tins, will not waste the bread, will honor the fairness of the line. In this way, the camp becomes a kind of household, with a roof made of sky and a door made of habit. Now a snow flurry whispers out of the lid of that sky. The line huddles closer, hats tipped lower. Steam rises heavier, looking almost solid as it coils above the pot. The cook's hands glow red from proximity, knuckles chapped into a map of winter. He moves a little faster, not in panic but in consideration, so the back of the line will not collect ice along their cuffs. Trust, he thinks, is also a matter of speed, to be seen quickly, to be answered without fuss. From the corner, a harmonica finds a tune. Nothing pretty, just a phrase that wanders and comes home. Someone hums along without meaning to. The cook finds his own breath lining up with it, in for the dip of the ladle, out for the pour, in for the tilt, out for the nod. The whole act becomes a kind of unannounced prayer, the same words every night, addressed to whoever listens over cook fires. Keep them whole, keep them warm, let what we have be enough. Near the end, the pot shows its bottom. The sound of ladle on steel changes pitch. It is a kitchen bell that only those who serve can hear. Men at the back of the line notice and try not to watch too hard. The cook alters his stroke, dragging along the edges where small ridges cling. The onion bits, the best part of browning, the potato corners that carry flavor the way wood carries fire. He thinks of the poorest plate at his mother's table, how she would swipe the pan with bread and call it a treat, and he does the same now with what remains. Not deception, not magic, just attention paid all the way to the last. The final tin arrives, dented into a heart-shaped oval, where it once met a rock badly. The man who owns it smiles with a kind of practiced bravery. The cook tips the pot. A last spoonful slides, glossy and thin. He adds the heel of bread, sets it like a roof over the stew, and lowers his eyes so the man will not be forced to explain his gratitude in words he doesn't have. The man taps the rim twice with a fingertip. "See you in the morning," he says. "See you," the cook replies, and both of them mean more than the words allow. Cleanup is its own liturgy. Water warmed to obedient heat, rags wrung and re-wetted. The last brown ring chased from the pot until steel shows itself again. Miller stacks bowls. Jenkins rewraps the ledger, the pencil laid across it like a quiet promise that tomorrow's sums will be solved by patience instead of luck. Outside the canvas, the camp turns down its volume, boots to bunks, maps to folders, voices to murmurs. The cook pours the final mouth of coffee, the truly final one, gritty and honest, into his tin. He sits on the crate that learned his shape months ago and holds the cup between both hands. He thinks of all the tins that passed tonight, each stamped with initials and history, each one briefly in his care. He thinks of how the men looked when the steam lifted into their faces, how their shoulders lowered the way a barn does in wind when the frame proves its sound. What is a ladle, really? A measure, yes. A tool, yes. But more and more he believes it is a key. Each dip opens a small door between hunger and hope, between isolation and belonging. Each portion says, "You are counted, you are expected, you are part of the sum we intend to bring home." It is a humble gospel, carried in pots and tins, spoken in steam and bread heels. He drinks the last swallow and sets the cup down, listening to the stove tick as iron cools. Beyond the tent, snow decides against itself and stops. The air holds that clean, empty sound that comes after weather changes its mind. The cook rubs salve into the cracks of his knuckles, the sting a tidy kind of pain that means things are healing. He blows out the lantern by the ledger and lets the darkness fold around the kitchen. In the dark, he can still see the pot, still hear the soft exchange of tin and ladle, still feel the camp's breath slow when trust has been fed. Morning will come with its own questions, its own sums, its own rumor of coffee. But tonight, the answers are enough. The line was long and fair. The pot was honest. The men left carrying not just food, but a share of the faith that keeps them. He lies down on the cot, and the canvas gives under him like a familiar hand. Sleep comes the way stew thickens, gradually and then all at once, while the last warmth of the day lingers at his chest like a kept promise. Simple kindness reshapes the kitchen into quiet devotion. Evening drapes itself slowly across the camp, the kind of dusk that carries a hush deeper than silence. Lanterns glow inside tents, their light leaking through canvas seams like soft stars. Smoke drifts upward in thin spirals, carrying with it the smell of wood, ash, and a hint of onion still clinging to the air. The cook lingers by the stove, rubbing his cracked hands with a dab of petroleum jelly, waiting for the embers to settle. Around him, the kitchen breathes in its own rhythm. Knives wiped, pans stacked, water warmed for the long work of cleaning. Kindness is not a word often spoken here, but it lives in these details. It lives in the way Jenkins, gruff and slow to speak, saves the sharper knife for Miller, so the boy can work without frustration. It lives in the way the cook tucks aside a crust of bread, wrapping it in cloth, to deliver later to the runner who never makes it back in time for the main line. It lives in the way a soldier pauses to carry an empty pot out to the pump without being asked, his sleeve rolled up to spare the cook one more trip. Small acts, repeated daily, build a scaffolding stronger than any supply line. The men rarely name it, but they feel it. They feel it when they walk into the kitchen space, and the heat welcomes them like a hand at their back. They feel it when the steam wraps their faces, loosening the tightness in jaws clenched all day. They feel it when the cook lifts the ladle not as a tool, but as a gesture of care, measured evenly, respectfully, no man receiving more dignity than another. One soldier, quiet, almost invisible, returns his tin after every meal, washed clean, polished even, as if offering back thanks without words. Another makes a habit of setting his spoon on the counter before the cooks finish eating, so that they will not go without one when extras run short. These are not rules written in any ledger. They are courtesies born of recognition. If the cooks hold us up, we must hold them up in return. The cook notices all of it. He may not comment, but he sees. He sees how one man offers his crust to another, pretending he is full. He sees how laughter is shared louder in the kitchen corner, because here it feels safe. He sees how the chaplain lingers, not to preach, but to sweep ashes into a pail, his presence saying, "You are not forgotten." Each gesture, small as a matchstick, becomes fuel for the weary soul. That night, after the evening line has dissolved and the camp hums with the softer noises of letters written by lantern, the kitchen crew gathers close around the stove. They do not talk of battles or strategies. They talk of mother's pies, of Sunday suppers, of biscuits dropped on the floor and eaten anyway. Miller admits his grandmother used to sneak him the crispy edges of fried potatoes. Best part of the meal, he says, eyes shining. Jenkins smirks, replying, "Only because you didn't know better yet." Even the sergeant, always stern, tells of a winter night when his father carried a steaming pan of cornbread into the parlor just to remind the family that warmth was still possible. The cook listens, stirring the last pot of coffee grounds into hot water, thin as ink, but strong enough to stretch through 5 cups. He pours carefully, offering it around. No one complains about the weakness. They cradle the cups as though they hold not just drink, but memory. Conversation drifts lower, then fades into silence, each man watching the fire in his own way. In that silence, the cook realizes the truth of his wish. He never asked for glory, never dreamed of medals. What he wanted, what he still wants, is this: to turn a bleak corner of war into a place where kindness survives, to create a kitchen not only of food, but of gentleness, of quiet rituals that tell men they are more than the mud and the marching. He glances at the ledger lying closed nearby, knowing it tells only half the story. The numbers record scarcity, but not the generosity tucked between spoons. The pages note rations, but not the second slice slipped to a boy at the back of the line. The cook understands that what keeps this camp alive is not just calories. It is compassion measured out in ladles and crusts, as carefully balanced as any supply chain. Outside, the wind shifts, carrying a colder breath. Somewhere a guard stamps his feet, the sound echoing across the dark. The cook feeds another stick to the fire, listening as the flames catch with a sigh. His heart steadies in the glow, in the murmured gratitude of his companions, in the knowledge that even here, surrounded by shortages and shadows, kindness has carved a place for itself. Lantern light meets the ledger as brass steps softly into camp. Before dawn, the kitchen is a pool of gold in a gray world. Lanterns sway from their hooks and make small suns on the lids of polished pots. Breath blooms white from every mouth and fades like a blessing. The cook has been up for an hour, warming the first kettle and coaxing yesterday's fire back from its bed of ash. He rubs his hands together, feeling the familiar sting in his knuckles, and listens to the stove's patient ticking as metal remembers heat. The sergeant arrives with a small, careful gait that means something is afoot. He carries the ledger under his arm, not tucked away, but out where a man can see it, and his cap sits a shade straighter than usual. "Inspection," he says, not loudly. The word lands on the floorboards between them and waits. Quartermaster's office. Sometime after sunup, Jenkins lifts one eyebrow, the way a man lifts a lid to peek at a simmer. "We tidy, then," he says. It is not a question. Miller, who has seen only rumors of brass up close, freezes with a loaf in his hands. "Tidy how?" he asks. "Everything shines," Jenkins answers, or at least looks like it meant to. So the morning shifts from ordinary readiness to ritual. Pans are scoured past clean until they catch the lamplight and throw it back in thin halos. The goulash cannoni's chimney gets a wipe that blackens 3 rags and 2 sleeves. The knife stones come out, and the blades line up like obedient geese. They take on an edge that promises competence rather than threat. The cook walks the perimeter of his small kingdom and sees it the way a stranger might. The boards swept, the water barrels lidded, the soapstone slabs stacked like quiet loaves near the firebox. Even the crate he uses as a stool is brushed free of peelings and crumbs, as if comfort itself were worth presenting. Breakfast still must appear, inspection or no. The cook refuses to let the tension sharpen his hand. Oats bloom in water the color of pewter. He salts with restraint, from habit and from love. A handful of dried fruit, saved for days like this, becomes a rumor more than a fact, a surprise that does not show, but somehow tells. Coffee is coaxed from sullen grounds with the old trick. Off the heat, on again, 2 slow breaths between, until the air learns to hope. Men file through with their tins. They sense the difference without being told. Boots are cleaner. Shirts are buttoned true. They murmur and move along, the way churchgoers lower their voices when they feel the nave lift its eyes. Between pours, the sergeant and the cook talk in shorthand. Waste log? Thin as memory and twice checked. Fuel sheet? Honest numbers and fewer smudges than usual. The little ledger that tracks gifts and trades, soap for sugar, a coil of wire for 3 onions, stays tucked away. Not a secret exactly, but a hymn you sing only with family. The sergeant nods at each answer and then leaves the ledger open to the first page, a quiet defiance. We have nothing to hide. The quartermaster arrives the way cold air does, deliberate and complete. A jeep sighs to a stop. A small man unfolds from the passenger seat with a clipboard already in his hand. His coat is pressed. His boots look like they might remember floors. He takes in the kitchen with one sweep that misses nothing. The tidy stacks, the hung ladles, the way the fire burns without unnecessary smoke. He nods once at the sergeant's salute and steps inside as if entering a library. "Show me your stores," he says, and the sergeant leads him to the canvas where sacks become walls and tins become promise. The cook follows a pace behind, not to explain, but to witness. The quartermaster's pencil taps now and then, as if counting time. Flour, low, but not shamefully so. Sugar, a sigh, but still a shadow at the bottom of the tin. Coffee rattles like old coins. Meat, a parade of block letters on dented lids. In the corner sit 3 jars of pickles rescued from a farm cellar, and a bundle of onions the color of good earth. Nothing is hidden. Nothing is dressed. "Waste?" the quartermaster asks. The sergeant presents the thin book. Page after page shows little beyond potato peel and a handful of spoiled fat cut away for mercy. The quartermaster looks up, not suspicious, but wondering. "And how?" he asks the air. "Do you keep it so?" "By remembering tomorrow," Jenkins answers, before anyone appoints him to. He gestures at the stock pot that is never on any list. Trimmings, bones, ends. They pay rent before they go. He lifts the lid and lets the steam rise. It smells like patience. The quartermaster leans in despite himself. A man cannot help his nose. The cook adds what he can, without boasting. Bread that's tired becomes crumbs. Crumbs become binding. Coffee that's gone to its last becomes color in gravy. Soapstones keep the outpost tins from surrendering before they arrive. He says it plainly, like a weather report. The quartermaster scribbles, but the pencil's sound has softened. Fuel is next. The quartermaster runs a thumb along the tally and then walks a slow circle of the stove. He touches the edge of a split log and lifts his finger to his nose. "Wet wood," he says. "Less today than yesterday," the sergeant replies. "We learned the nearest farmer stacked his cords under a leaky roof. We moved them. He will be annoyed later, but warm a corner of the quartermaster's mouth twitches toward a smile and then thinks better of it. He asks for a demonstration. Not pomp, not show. Simply cook for me while I watch. The cook is not rattled by eyes. He washes his hands as he always does, by habit more than by purity, and lays out the morning's second stew. Onions coaxed to sweetness, potatoes cut small to stretch the distance, the tin marked beef opened with respect, but no illusions. Pepper is the brave man's friend, salt the faithful one. Neither is allowed to grandstand. The quartermaster stands close enough to see the care, far enough not to cast a shadow. He watches the long spoon travel its slow clockwork and nods at the rhythm. When the stew begins to speak, those low bubbles like contented animals, the quartermaster says, "Portions, then." He means the test. The sergeant calls 2 men in from the doorway, a private who looks like the wind has leaned on him, and a corporal whose shoulders carry more than wool. The cook fills 2 tins, equal in weight if not in shape, with a heel of bread balanced on each, the way a roof sits on a house. He does not glance at the quartermaster as he sets them down. He glances at the men. They meet his eyes and find they're nothing theatrical, only welcome. The quartermaster nods again, once for each tin, and then asks after the sick. The corporal from the aid tent is fetched like a neighbor, and he talks in the voice men use when the body has reminded them to be gentle. Thin soups when the stomach argues, he says. Broths that carry what they can without asking too much. Sweetened tea for fever when we can spare the sweet. The cook lifts a smaller pot, one he hides in plain sight, and ladles a sample into a cup. The quartermaster sips, not because he is hungry, but because he is thorough. His pencil ceases altogether. They circle back to the ledger. The quartermaster asks hard questions, and the answers are sturdy. He asks if officers get more than enlisted when tins run low. They get first coffee on cold mornings if they must brief at dawn, the sergeant says, and the men make sport of it without malice. But bowls are bowls. We keep them the same. He asks if the kitchen keeps something back for itself. Jenkins lifts his palms, scarred and honest. We get what's left, sir. Sometimes that is a plate, sometimes the smell. We live. There is a moment, then, that will sit forever in the cook's mind, quiet as snowfall. The quartermaster closes the ledger with 2 fingers, as if not wanting to wake it, and looks around the kitchen not at the pots or the fire, but at the men, at Miller's raw-knuckled care with a knife, at Jenkins's steady regard for flame, at the sergeant's spine that has never once asked to be excused. He clears his throat. I have visited 12 kitchens this week, he says without boasting. Some are strained, some are frayed, some are frankly undone. He lets the words settle like flour through air. This one is held together by attention. He writes something on his clipboard, no one leans to see, and tucks a small packet from his coat to the sergeant. Allocations, he says. An adjustment in your favor. Butter within reason. A case of proper meat, if the roads behave. Coffee, enough that a man might taste memory instead of necessity. No one cheers. Even Miller manages not to bounce on his heels, but the room takes a breath and keeps it for later. The quartermaster asks for one more thing, a brief on the methods that keep waist lean and spirits thick. You will teach some crews, he says, as if assigning a reading. Not lectures. Just show them how you stack wood, how you think about portions, how you carry food to the men who can't come to it. The sergeant says, yes, sir. And in that, yes, there is pride he keeps like a coin in a closed hand. When the jeep leaves, it takes the formal cold with it. The kitchen exhales. Miller whoops once, then clamps a hand over his mouth as if he'd dropped a pan. Jenkins, without looking at anyone, sets a pat of butter in the stew for tonight and stirs until it vanishes like luck into careful work. The cook finds himself smiling into the steam, not for the promise of supplies, though that is a comfort, but for the confirmation that the way they have chosen to live in this place, tidy, merciful, exact, has been seen. Lunch goes forward as if nothing had happened. Portions weigh what they always weigh. The ladle says what it always says, but the mood along the line carries a lighter thread. Men sense when the house has been blessed. They eat a little slower, speak a little softer, and save the last bite of bread to swipe along the tin in a gesture older than anyone can remember. The cook watches and knows that recognition is a kind of ration too. It fills spaces that food cannot reach. In the mild wash of afternoon, the sergeant opens the packet and reads the fine print. "Double butter for a spell," he murmurs. "Canned peaches on paper if the rail holds." A note about soapstone use. Someone wrote it up. He looks toward the cook with a sideways warmth and, in a departure from his usual economy, adds, "Well done." The words land like heat on cold hands. They set to learning before the learning is asked. Jenkins shows Miller how to build a smoke baffle from nothing but wire and wet burlap, a way to keep the stove's breath from pointing like a finger at the trees. The cook teaches a trick with brine that persuades stubborn meat to forgive its toughness. They test a batch of fortified bread, powdered milk folded in, a handful of ground peanuts if the quartermaster's promise proves true, and find that it tastes like bread first, mercy second. They do not rush. Nothing good does. Twilight brings men in shades of blue as the day drains from their sleeves. The stew wears its extra gloss without bragging. The bread breaks with a kinder sound. The line feels shorter, though it isn't. The kitchen seems larger, though it isn't. Sometimes acknowledgement rearranges a room without touching a single nail. Later, when the camp settles to its night noises, letters breathing themselves dry, boots nudged under cots, a cough in the distance like a door closing softly. The cook sits with the ledger under the lantern. He moves a finger down the columns, not to count, but to remember. Each number stands for something that passed through human hands. A sack hauled from a truck in sleet, a tin traded fair, a peel dropped into a bucket and then resurrected into stock. He closes the book and rests his palms on the cover, the way a parishioner might hold a hymn. Kindness was the key yesterday. Attention is the hinge today. Tomorrow, it may be something else. Courage, thrift, invention. But he senses the door will keep swinging so long as one of those virtues stands watch. He is only a cook in a canvas room with iron tools and a stubborn wish. Yet tonight he feels the wish expand, like dough under a cloth, to feed not only hunger, but morale, to serve not only portions, but proof that order can live inside chaos and that decency can find a chair at any table. He trims the lamp, breathes once more the air that belongs as much to onions as to men, and lies down. In the thin dark, he hears the jeep's memory fading, the quartermaster's pencil stilled, the quiet rhythm of a camp that knows it has been seen and found worthy. Sleep slides toward him, untroubled. Somewhere, a jar of peaches moves a mile closer down a rattling track. Somewhere, a sheet of butter waits behind a door with a lock that says soon. Here, a stove cools, a ledger rests, and a cook dreams not of feasts, but of enough. Even in hardship, a meal can feel like a feast. Snow drifts down in the thin light of morning, the kind that seems undecided. Flakes melt the moment they touch the stove, yet they cling stubbornly to the men's shoulders and caps. The camp is still half asleep, fog rising from the fields. breath rising from each soldier like small clouds. The kitchen crew has already been awake for hours. The cook has the fire coaxed to life, glowing under a roof of canvas patched so many times it looks like a quilt. Jenkins rolls dough with the heel of his hands, and Miller hums tunelessly as he scrapes carrots thinner than coins. There is little to work with. The sacks of flour are nearly empty, the coffee tin rattles hollow, and the last slab of meat has more bone than flesh. On paper, it should be a lean day. Barely enough to fill bowls, certainly nothing worth remark. Yet the cook has learned that even scraps, if touched with patience, can create something larger than themselves. And so, as he stirs the pot, he dreams not of survival, but of a feast. The trick is in the layering. Onions browned until sweet, carrots sweated down, their sugar deepened into color. A bone roasted briefly over the open flame before it is dropped into the water, lending its strength to the broth. The cook hums quietly, not a song, but a rhythm of his own. Each movement is deliberate, and though the ingredients are meager, the care is abundant. By the time the first men appear with their tins, the smell is persuasive. It rises in gentle waves, curling around the camp like a story told in low tones. Heads turn, jokes spark. A man mutters, "Smells like Sunday," though Sunday is a memory more than a fact now. The cook pretends not to hear, but his chest warms. The line forms quickly. Each tin dips into the steam and comes out with more than food. It comes out with surprise. The broth is darker than expected, the bread warmer, the taste fuller. A few men glance at their portions with raised brows, as if trying to solve the riddle. How could this be the same stew as yesterday, when supplies were thinner today? The answer is simple, though none ask. It is attention. Scraps treated with respect become nourishment. Care itself is an ingredient. Miller leans in and whispers, "They think it's magic." Jenkins snorts, "Not magic, just stubbornness dressed as kindness." The cook only smiles and keeps ladling. Around the camp, men huddle against crates and tent poles, spoons moving steadily. One soldier closes his eyes after the first bite, tilting his head as though listening to a remembered tune. Another dips bread into the broth and licks his fingers after, sheepish but unwilling to waste even a drop. A group at the far end laughs louder than usual, passing a tin between them to scrape the last streak of flavor. It is not a banquet by any measure of abundance, yet it feels like one in spirit. Later, when the line has dissolved and the pots stand nearly empty, the chaplain wanders by. He accepts a ladle of thin remains and smiles. "You've given them more than supper," he says softly. "You've given them memory." The cook shrugs, but inside he knows it is true. For a fleeting hour, the men forgot the mud, the cold, the endless waiting. They tasted something beyond necessity. They tasted home. That night, the kitchen crew gathers close. The embers glow red, and the bread crusts saved from the day are shared among them. Jenkins produces a scrap of chocolate traded days earlier and breaks it into uneven squares, handing them out without comment. Miller licks his piece like a boy, laughing quietly at himself. The cook watches the firelight catch their faces and realizes that this, too, is a feast. Not of plenty, but of presence. The ledger may record numbers, the supply sergeant may speak of shortages, but what lives in memory is different. What men will carry home, if they carry anything, is not the count of sacks or the tally of tins. They will remember the morning when scraps became a meal, when laughter rose easier, when the smell of onions and bread turned a frozen camp into a kitchen of grace. A rare stillness settles. broken only by the kitchen's breath. Night falls heavy and wide. The sky is a quilt of iron-gray clouds with no seams of stars, and the cold carries a sharpness that quiets even the most restless boots. For once, no artillery echoes from the horizon. No engines growl from distant roads. The camp holds itself like a breath, aware of the silence, wary of it, but grateful all the same. Inside the kitchen tent, the stillness feels almost holy. The stove hums with its low fire, embers glowing like coals in a blacksmith's forge. Lanterns flicker along the canvas, painting soft arcs of gold on the walls. The cook moves slower than usual, letting the quiet dictate his rhythm. Knives whisper instead of clatter. Spoons touch metal and retreat like respectful guests. Every sound becomes sharper for the silence around it, every gesture a small hymn. Miller is the first to notice. He leans against a crate, a loaf of bread in hand, and whispers, "It's like the world forgot us tonight." His voice carries as though he shouted. Jenkins grunts from his seat near the stove. World never forgets. It's just catching its breath. The cook keeps stirring. The stew is nothing extravagant. Potatoes, a sliver of salted meat, a pinch of pepper. But in the stillness, it feels fuller, richer. Steam rises in thin ribbons, curling like incense toward the roof. The smell softens the air, and men who pass the tent pause longer than usual, drawn by the comfort of it. No one lingers long. Silence is fragile, and each man senses the need to guard it. When the line forms, it does so quietly. Boots shuffle with care. Tins are passed forward without banter. Even the hungry keep their voices low, as though speaking too loudly might rouse the guns. The cook serves in this hush, ladle moving like a pendulum, each pour accompanied only by the faint sigh of stew slipping into metal. He sees men bow their heads slightly as they accept their portion, not in reverence exactly, but in a recognition of the rare peace that wraps them. One soldier, young enough to still carry freckles across his nose, whispers, "Thank you," so softly the cook nearly misses it. He takes his tin and crouches by the fire, eating with both hands wrapped tight around the bowl. Another man sits alone on an overturned bucket, chewing slow, staring at nothing in particular. In the silence, their small motions, the scrape of a spoon, the exhale after a swallow, become part of the kitchen's music. The chaplain comes by with his coat collar turned up, his breath trailing like smoke. He takes no portion, only stands for a while near the stove. "Strangest thing," he murmurs. "Silence feels heavier than the guns sometimes." The cook nods. He understands. The guns roar and men steel themselves. But silence, rare and uncertain, demands a different kind of courage. It makes a man notice his own heartbeat, his own longing for home. The crew adjusts without needing to be told. Jenkins wraps the extra bread heels in cloth and sets them near the door, a quiet offering for whoever comes late. Miller pours water into the pot slowly, so even the hiss of steam is softened. The cook himself begins a new batch of broth, not because it is needed, but because the sound of bubbling is a comfort. It fills the silence with warmth rather than fear. As the meal winds down, the camp settles into an almost domestic rhythm. A man writes a letter by lantern, the scratch of pencil faint. Another tunes his harmonica but never plays, holding the silence like a fragile glass. Somewhere, laughter rises once, quick and sharp, then fades as if ashamed of breaking the spell. The kitchen becomes the heart of it all, not loud, but steady, its small noises anchoring the men in the quiet sea of night. Later, when the pots are empty and washed, the cook steps outside. The air is sharp enough to sting, but clear now, the clouds thinning to reveal a scatter of stars. The silence still holds, stretching across the camp like a blanket. He pulls his coat tighter and listens, to the faint crack of cooling metal from the stove, to the distant stamp of a sentry's boots, to his own steady breath. For the first time in weeks, he feels the war at arm's length, as though it has stepped aside for a moment to let them rest. Tomorrow may bring thunder again, but tonight the silence is a gift. The cook turns back into the tent, lets the flap fall behind him, and sits by the stove. The fire is low, the air warm, and in the stillness, he closes his eyes. One letter unfolds, turning a meal into remembrance. Evening begins with the usual rhythm, the stove's low roar, the hiss of steam rising as lids are lifted, the steady scrape of knives on cutting boards. The camp, weary from another day of drills and watch rotations, drifts toward the kitchen tent as if drawn by gravity. Tins appear, boots shuffle, shoulders lean. The men are ready for their supper, expecting nothing more than the comfort of warmth in their stomachs and routine in their hands. The cook tends the pot with his usual patience. Tonight it is a stew thicker than most, coaxed from a lucky supply of turnips and a tin of meat-marked pork that, for once, truly smells of it. Bread has been stretched from the last of the flour, and though the loaves are squat and heavy, they are bread all the same. The men grumble softly, but their eyes brighten at the sight of real chunks floating in the broth. Then it happens. A runner arrives, breathless, holding a sealed envelope that looks too delicate for war. His boots leave streaks of mud across the threshold as he hands it to the sergeant. The flap bears the smudge of an official stamp. Around the stove, spoons pause. The men recognize the look before the words are spoken. A letter means news, and news in a war is rarely simple. The sergeant clears his throat, breaking the silence. It's from the Red Cross. Casualty report. His voice is flat, professional, but the words land heavy. He opens the envelope with slow care, as if the paper might wound him, and begins to read. A name is spoken. Then another. The camp listens with the same reverence they give to prayers and to the crack of rifles. One of the names belongs to a boy who stood in the line just last night, his grin crooked, his tin dented. The cook remembers ladling an extra scoop for him when he saw how hollow the lad's cheeks had grown. Now the name echoes in the air like a bell tolling far off. Men look down at their stew, stirring without eating, each lost in his own chain of memories. Faces of friends, brothers, sons. The kitchen, so often a place of chatter and relief, becomes a chapel. Steam curls upward like incense. Spoons scrape slowly, the meal turning into something more than nourishment. It is a vigil. Every bite is taken with thought, each swallow a way of keeping company with those whose names have just been spoken. The cook feels it deeper than most. He has always believed his work to be about survival, about keeping men fed enough to march, fight, and wake another day. But tonight, the act of feeding transforms. It is remembrance, a last kindness given in absence. He wonders if the boy's mother is ladling stew somewhere far away, unaware that her son's last meal was here, in this cold camp, from this very pot. Miller breaks the hush first. He tells a story of the boy, how he once traded a half loaf for a harmonica tune, how he laughed even when the tune was sour. Jenkins adds another, quieter tale. The boy had carried his pack when Jenkins's back went out, never mentioning it again. The men nod, some smiling faintly, some biting their lips. Stories become their dessert, a way of keeping the absent present. The cook keeps serving, slower now, with a hand that trembles just enough to spill drops on the rim. Each ladle feels heavier, weighted not by stew, but by memory. When the last tin is filled, He lowers the ladle into the pot and lets it rest there, as though even the tool understands it has done more than feed tonight. Later, when the line has thinned and the camp lies in shadow, the sergeant returns the letter to its envelope and sets it on the corner of the ledger. "We eat for them now," he says quietly, almost to himself. No one argues. It is understood. Every hot meal is also a remembrance. Every spoonful a vow that the living will carry on for the dead. The cook sits by the stove long after, the fire dying low. He thinks of the boy's crooked grin, of all the names that have passed through this camp like sparks in the wind. He thinks of how food can never change death, yet it can soften its edge, giving the living strength to bear it. Tonight, supper was more than survival. It was a memorial carved in steam and bread. The cold itself became an enemy, fought with spoons and fire. The first real snow of the season arrived without fanfare. No trumpeting wind, no violent storm, only a steady sift of white that thickened hour by hour, covering tents, rifles, boots, and shoulders alike. By dawn, the camp looked half erased, every sharp edge softened, every path hidden under a cold quilt. For soldiers who had marched through mud and rain, the silence of snow was almost welcome. But the cook knew better. Snow was not kindness. Snow was a test. The stove sulked when he tried to rouse it, flames licking only the nearest logs and refusing to catch. Wet wood hissed, smoke gathered in the tent like fog, and his hands cracked open where yesterday's blisters had been. Jenkins muttered curses under his breath while hauling buckets of frozen slush. Miller stamped his boots by the door, teeth chattering so hard the sound was almost musical. They all knew the fire must live, or nothing else could. Breakfast became their first battle. The oats, hard as gravel in the sack, took twice as long to soften in the thin water. Coffee grounds froze together in a lump, forcing the cook to chip them apart with a knife. Even salt, usually so obedient, clumped into stubborn rocks. Every small task asked for patience. Every delay sharpened the ache in men's bellies as they waited outside. Tins held like relics. When the line finally formed, it stretched longer than usual. Hunger grows sharper in the cold. Men crave warmth as much as they crave taste. The cook ladled steaming oats into dented cups, each portion looking meager against the backdrop of endless white. Yet when the steam rose into their faces, men closed their eyes, shoulders lowering in relief. One muttered, "Feels like thaw inside me," and another laughed through a mouthful, "Better than a coat." The real test came midday. Pipes froze solid despite rags wrapped around them, and buckets left outside cracked from the strain. Water became scarcer than meat. The cook and Jenkins set to melting snow in every vessel they could find, pots, pans, even helmets pressed into service. 10 scoops of snow yielded 1 ladle of water, thin as glass, but there was no alternative. Hours vanished in the slow rhythm of shoveling, melting, pouring, starting again. Miller, watching the trickle, grew restless. "We'll never get enough this way," he said. Then, with the spark of youth still left in him, he spread a tarp outside, piled snow onto it, and angled it toward the weak sun. "Black cloth pulls heat," he explained. It was a trick from camping days, he said, when winter had been adventure rather than war. Slowly, painfully, the snow began to bleed into water, dripping into tins. Small victories mattered. By evening, the kitchen smelled of wood smoke and boiled potatoes. The cook had coaxed the last bones into a broth so rich it surprised even him. He thickened it with flour, stretched it with roots, and let it simmer until it filled the tent with a promise stronger than the fire itself. Men shuffled in from their posts, noses red, fingers stiff, and held their cups as though catching sparks of life. Yet the cold kept testing. Bread dough froze solid if left on the table more than a minute. The fat skimmed off the stew, hardened like wax the moment it cooled. Even spoons clanged differently, their metal brittle in the frost. The cook's hands cracked and bled, petroleum jelly smeared across his knuckles like a salve of desperation. Jenkins, his fingers swollen with chilblains, still bent over the fire to adjust the logs, muttering, "Better than letting it win." The sergeant, seeing the men sag under the weight of winter, announced a new rule. Every soldier bringing fuel scraps to the kitchen would earn an extra ladle. Soon men appeared with chair legs, splintered crates, bits of broken wagons, anything that would burn. Officially, it was against regulation. Unofficially, survival carried its own authority. The stove roared stronger, and the stew tasted better for it. One night, when the cold bit hardest, Parker appeared with a small tin of whitish paste. "Fire starter," he explained. "Candle wax and cotton. My dad taught me the cook touched flame to it, and even damp wood caught with surprising eagerness. The stove blazed, the tent warmed, and the men cheered a little too loudly for such a small miracle. But in winter, small miracles are the currency of survival. Delivering meals became its own gauntlet. The insulated containers, meant to keep food hot, turned traitor, surrendering their warmth to the frost within minutes. By the time the cook reached the farthest foxholes, stew had turned to slush. Men smiled anyway, grateful, though their eyes revealed disappointment. The cook's heart ached. "Food ought to arrive warm," he muttered. The sergeant listened, then sent for engineers. Within days, they delivered soapstone blocks, heated by the stove, slid into compartments beneath the containers. For the first time in weeks, the men in foxholes ate food that steamed, not shivered. Still, sickness followed the cold. Coughs rattled the air, sneezes tore through tents, and the aid station filled with men whose lungs had lost the argument. The medical officer appeared one morning, handing the cook a list. Broths, porridges, hot sweet drinks. Their bodies need easy work, not heavy lifting. The cook obeyed, thinning stew, sweetening weak tea, grinding roots to a paste. Some men swallowed with effort, others only managed a sip. But each portion carried a promise. Someone still cared. The kitchen crew bound themselves tighter through those weeks. They shared gloves when fingers split, rubbed salve into each other's hands, and took turns at the stove so no one's skin bore the full punishment of fire and frost. At night, gathered around the last embers, they raised tin cups in quiet toasts. To making it one more day. To warm food on cold nights. And the cook, softest of all, to surviving winter. In the silence that followed, snow tapped against canvas like a lullaby. Outside, the world lay locked in white, the war buried beneath it for a few hours. Inside, the kitchen glowed like a lantern in the storm. Hunger had been answered, thirst had been tamed, cold had been fought, not by rifles, but by spoons and fire, by stubbornness and care. The cook lay down on his cot, coat pulled over his shoulders, hands sore but heart steadier. Winter would test them again tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that. But tonight, they had passed. Tonight, the men slept not warm, but warmer, and in war, that was victory enough. Night invites dreams of gentler kitchens yet to come. The night after the cold's fiercest grip is a gentler one. The wind has eased, the snow has quieted, and the camp rests beneath a sky so clear it seems polished by unseen hands. Stars scatter above like salt flung across a dark table, glinting sharp, unblinking. Smoke from the kitchen rises in a straight column, no gust daring to bend it. Inside, the stove glows low but steady. Its belly hums like a cat, purring contentment. Around it, the kitchen crew sits in a loose circle, shoulders relaxed, boots stretched toward the warmth. Supper has been served, the pots are scrubbed, and for once, there is nothing left to do but breathe. The air carries the faint sweetness of onions caramelized too far, and the comfort of bread crumbs toasted at the edge of the fire. Jenkins is the first to break the silence. He leans back on his crate, arms folded, and says, "If I ever see a stove that doesn't bite back, I'll kiss it." Miller laughs softly, a tired chuckle. "I'll settle for bread that doesn't freeze solid before you butter it." Even the sergeant, usually as stiff as a fence post, allows himself a smile that doesn't quite leave his lips. The cook listens, a quiet part of him stirring. It is in these moments, when bellies are full, when silence carries no threat, that dreams slip in. Not daydreams, but those soft imaginings born of exhaustion and longing. Miller speaks first, voice gentler than usual. "When I get home, I'm going to build a fire in my mother's kitchen stove, and I'm not going to leave it for a week. I'll fry potatoes until the pan gives up." His eyes glimmer with something like boyhood. Jenkins shakes his head, eyes half closed. My dream's smaller. A chair by a window, coffee poured, hot, not ration thin. A wife stirring something on the stove, not me. I'd like to sit still for once and watch steam rise. That isn't my problem. The sergeant, after a long pause, adds, "Biscuits. I miss biscuits. Proper ones high as your thumb, broken open with steam inside." The men chuckle, a sound more wistful than amused. The cook does not speak at first. He sits with his hands resting on his knees, feeling the warmth of the stove soak into his palms. His dream is harder to name, but clearer to feel. He sees a small kitchen, walls painted light, a table worn by elbows and stories, shelves lined with jars of flour and beans. He sees himself stirring, not under orders, not to feed an army, but simply because someone he loves will soon be hungry. A kitchen not of survival, but of belonging. He closes his eyes and lets it unfold in detail. The creak of the floorboards, the smell of apples baking, the laughter of neighbors stepping through the door unannounced. Outside, the camp stirs in low murmurs. Men whisper letters aloud before sealing them. Some hum lullabies meant for children miles away. Boots scrape softly. A cough punctuates the quiet. But within the kitchen tent, the conversation continues like a fire that refuses to die. Parker, rubbing his hands over the stove, says, "I want a diner. Nothing fancy. Eggs in the morning, stew at night. A bell over the door, the same folks walking in every day." Miller grins. "You'd last a week. You'd give half your food away for free." Parker shrugs. "So what? Folks would remember." The cook smiles at that. It is true. Parker would never turn away a hungry man. None of them would, not after this. War reshapes not just hands but hearts, teaching that food is not simply fuel. It is trust. It is mercy. It is memory. The stove ticks as it cools, each sound like a punctuation mark on their confessions. Outside, frost creeps across canvas and metal, but inside, the warmth lingers. The men are not asleep yet, but they are closer to dreams than to waking. Eventually, silence returns. The sergeant leans his head against the pole, eyes closed. Jenkins snores lightly. Miller stares at the flames as though trying to memorize them. The cook remains awake a little longer, holding on to the vision of that gentler kitchen, afraid it might fade if he lets go too soon. He imagines the sound of a kettle whistling not for soldiers, but for a neighbor stopping by. He imagines bread shared not because it must be, but because it is joy. He imagines sleep without fear of being shaken awake by orders. When he finally lies down, pulling his coat over his chest, the dream does not vanish. It follows him into sleep, bright as the stars outside. And though the war waits for him in the morning, tonight he is free to rest in a kitchen of his own making, one built from memory and hope. The war ends, but the ladle keeps finding its mark. The morning of the announcement began like any other. The stove was coaxed awake, reluctant sparks nurtured into flame. Frost clung to the canvas flaps of the kitchen tent, and the cook rubbed his hands together, already preparing the first pot of coffee, thin as ever, but warm. Outside, men moved with the slow heaviness of routine, boots scuffing on frozen ground, jackets pulled close. War had trained them not to expect surprises. Then the news came. It did not arrive like thunder, but like a ripple. A jeep rushed through camp, brakes squealing, and a lieutenant leapt out before the dust even settled. His face carried something unfamiliar. Lightness. "It's over," he shouted. "Hitler's gone. Berlin has fallen. The Germans are surrendering." For a moment the camp did not move. Silence fell so deep that even the stove's ticking seemed loud. Then it erupted, cheers, shouts, laughter breaking open like long-sealed bottles. Men embraced, slapped backs, tossed caps into the air. Some wept openly, not ashamed. The cook stood in the doorway of his kitchen, ladle still in hand, watching as the wave of joy swept across the camp like fire across dry grass. But even joy has its hunger. Within minutes, men turned toward the kitchen as they always did. "What's for breakfast?" one called, voice cracking with laughter. "Cook, we need a feast for this." Another shouted, "No more ration stew, eh? Victory deserves better." The cook smiled, shook his head, and went back to his pot. If victory had a flavor, he thought, it would taste of whatever could be coaxed from scraps into plenty. The sergeant stepped inside, his expression both stern and soft. "Not breakfast today," he said. "We cook a victory meal." Best we can manage. Every man deserves to eat as though he's home. So they set to work, the crew more alive than tired for once. Jenkins uncovered the secret bundle of flour saved for emergencies. Miller produced a small packet of chocolate, traded weeks ago, and forgotten until now. Parker arrived with a pig, somehow acquired in the confusion. No one asked too closely. And the cook, heart pounding with something more than routine, began to plan. The fire roared hotter than it had in months. Pots filled with potatoes mashed smooth and creamy. Meat roasted slowly, its fat dripping and sizzling in the firebox. Bread rose higher than it had dared in weeks, kissed by yeast and hope. A cobbler emerged, bubbling with canned peaches hoarded for months, its top browned into sweetness. Wine appeared, liberated from a cellar. Even music crept into the air, a harmonica, a fiddle, laughter tuned into song. The camp transformed. Men lined up not in silence, but in celebration, their boots stamping to keep rhythm rather than to fight cold. Each tin filled heavy, steaming, rich with more than flavor. When the cook handed over portions, he looked into eyes that glistened not from hunger, but from relief. For once, no one asked, "Is there enough?" They knew, just for this day, there was. Afterward, as dusk softened the edges of victory, the crew gathered around the stove one last time. Their bodies sagged with exhaustion, but their spirits lifted like smoke. Miller raised a cup of coffee stronger than any they'd brewed in months. "To us," he said, "to the cooks who kept the army alive." Jenkins added, "To scraps turned into feasts." The sergeant, voice rough, lifted his cup last, "To one meal at a time." The cook sipped slowly, letting the warmth spread through him. He thought of all the meals that had carried them here: thin soups, stretched bread, secret tins saved for the sick, feasts cobbled together from nothing. He thought of the names read from letters, the laughter shared over crusts, the quiet prayers whispered into steam. More than battles or maps, these meals had marked the days. That night, lying on his cot, he let himself imagine the future. Not the next campaign, not the next march, but a kitchen of his own. Walls painted pale, shelves lined with jars, windows that opened to fields instead of foxholes. He imagined a stove that did not smoke, bread that did not harden into stone, coffee poured not from ration tins but from beans freshly ground. He imagined neighbors at the table, laughter spilling easier than wine. And yet he knew, even in that kitchen, far from war, he would measure portions the same way. Not by size, but by care. Not by abundance, but by attention. For he had learned the truth. Food is never just food. It is memory. It is mercy. It is proof that people matter. Outside, the camp grew quiet. Men slept deeper that night than they had in years. Bellies full, hearts lighter. The cook drifted toward sleep too, hearing still the faint hum of the stove, the whisper of snow against canvas, the echo of laughter. Tomorrow would bring new orders, occupation duty, or perhaps the long journey home. Nothing was certain. But this much was. When men remembered this war, they would not recall only battles. They would recall the meals that sustained them, the kindness served in ladles, the warmth found in the cold. They would remember that survival came not only from rifles, but from spoons. The cook smiled in the dark, letting the thought settle like bread under a cloth. The war might be over, but the calling remained. Wherever life carried him, he would keep feeding, keep tending, keep believing in the quiet revolution of a hot meal placed in waiting hands. Long ago, the kitchen breathed like a fire. Today, it hums like a quiet machine. There was a time when a kitchen meant smoke you could taste on your tongue and soot that inked the cuffs of your sleeves. In those days, a flame had temperament. It sulked in damp weather, snapped at careless hands, and brightened like a friend when you fed it right. A pot was a thing of iron and faith, and a cook learned the heat not by dials or digits, but by the sound, those patient bubbles, that low animal whisper that told you, "Easy now, don't scorch me." The ladle's knock on steel was the metronome of a camp, and a single ember could be coaxed into a supper if a man spoke to it kindly. Step forward now, into the present, and listen. The kitchen no longer crackles, it hums. Stainless tables catch clean light, hoods whisk steam away before it can curl around a man's memories. The burners glow obedient as stars that have learned their places. Where we once guessed at safe heat, with the back of a knuckle and a lifetime of scars, screens now glow with gentle numbers. 165 here, 41 there, temperatures kept like promises. The old goulash cannon on wheels has given way to trailers that fold open like quiet miracles, sinks with warm water on command, refrigeration that does not plead with the weather, generators that purr rather than roar. I sometimes think of the bread. Then, dough rose under a coat, stealing warmth from someone's shoulders because there was no other place to find it. We judged its readiness by the swell under a palm, by a sigh when you pressed 2 fingers to the floury skin. Today, timers blink, and proofing cabinets keep air at exactly the kindness yeast prefers. Loaves come out even, row after shining row. They're good. Heavens, yes, good. But the old uneven rise, that little tilt where a cold draft slipped under the tent, had a kind of personality you could recognize across a lifetime. You would not know the coffee either. Once, grounds were chipped from a frozen lump, boiled, settled, boiled again, poured into tins as thin as the hope that morning might be quieter than night. These days, a silver urn lifts its lid like the lid of a music box, and a steady stream, dark and honest, slides into paper cups that do not burn your fingers. There's enough for everyone, and then a little more. No one counts out spoonfuls like coins. No one saves the last inch for the cook on cleanup. Even so, I still see men lift that first sip with the same old reverence, as if the warmth were memory itself poured back into them. The work has changed, but the wish has not. Then we fought cold with spoons and fire. Now we fight chaos with checklists and quiet design. Supply trucks do not arrive as rumors anymore. They come by schedule, with labels aligned like tidy sentences. Food safety lives in our bones. Gloves where bare hands used to be. Sanitizer where a hot rag once did its brave best. Allergies tracked and honored where once we threw everything into the pot and prayed no one would be harmed by our thrift. We still stretch a meal when crowds grow. Only now the stretching is done with planning instead of desperation, with substitutions thought out ahead of the need. There is mercy in this modern order. The burns come less often. The smoke stings fewer eyes, and a cook's hands heal before winter can split them again. You can feed 100 and still hear yourself think. You can step away without fearing the flame will betray you. And yet, in the quiet between tasks, some old part of me remembers how soup smells when it carries a little wood smoke, how bread tastes when it owes its rise to a man's heartbeat. What of the men we feed? In the old camps, they came with mud, wrist deep on their sleeves, helmets hooked on 2 fingers, eyes searching for heat before they searched for taste. Today, they step into bright, well-laid lines, soldiers and fire crews, relief workers after storms, whole towns displaced for a season, faces lifted not only for calories, but for care you can count on. They don't worry the pot will run dry at the 50th bowl. They know somehow that we will have kept watch for them long before they arrived. That is a new kind of comfort, and a worthy one. Even our silence has changed. Then, the spoon on tin was a bell that gathered the camp at dusk. Laughter rose in gusts to drown a day's hard errands. Now there's the soft shush of compostable trays sliding down a rail, the polite murmur of, "Next, you're welcome, enjoy." We have learned to speak many languages of kindness. Gluten-free here, low sodium there, a quiet plate set aside for someone who arrives late because duty ran long. The old second slice wrapped in cloth has become a labeled container in a warmer, but the intent is the same. We remembered you. When I look back, and at my age looking back is as natural as breathing, I do not miss the suffering. I do not romanticize hands split open or coffee that hurt more than it helped, but I hold a fondness for the courage of those imperfect kitchens, for the way a dented pot and a stubborn flame could be convinced to save a weary day. And in the same breath, I marvel at the good sense of our time, that we have learned to make mercy reliable, to turn compassion into standard practice rather than miracle. Progress, if you will, has not unthreaded the old story. It has hemmed it. Where the fabric once frayed, where hunger tore at the edge of dignity, we have sewn a sturdier seam. We can feed more, safer, warmer, and we can do it without asking the hands who serve to give more blood than they can spare. That is no small grace. Still, When the last pan is dried and the lights tuck themselves into their housings, I sometimes open a window to the night. I let a little of the old air in, cool, leaf-scented, with the faintest rumor of wood smoke from someone's backyard grill 2 streets over. I close my eyes and hear the camp the way it was, boots on frozen ground, a harmonica testing a tune, a ladle tapping steel. I thank the stubborn past for teaching the present what really matters. Then I turn back to the quiet chrome, lay out tomorrow's mise en place, and feel, as sure as bread rising, that the work is the same under every kind of roof. See who is hungry, and answer. Once every crumb was counted. Now shelves bend with plenty. There was a time when food lived in ledgers. Each sack of flour, each heel of bread, each tin of beans was a number scrawled in pencil, rubbed thin by anxious fingers. A cook learned to measure not with cups or spoons, but with conscience. Who could bear 1 scoop less? Who needed an extra ladle to keep standing? Waste was sin, extravagance was fantasy, and hunger was the shadow that pressed against every pot. I remember the silence that followed the question, "Is there enough?" It was not asked aloud, but it sat heavy in the line. Men would glance sideways at the pot, at the ladle, at each other's bowls, and they would swallow relief when their own was filled. Sometimes they swallowed guilt too, knowing another might come late to find only thin broth waiting, a crust saved, a spoonful stretched, a stew thickened with flour more than meat. These were not tricks of craft, but lifelines. Today, the shelves groan. Walk into any supermarket, and you are greeted by towers of abundance. Oranges in midwinter, strawberries in January, 20 kinds of bread, each softer than the last. Freezers hum with meals ready in minutes. Cans are no longer dented survivors of a convoy, but polished and bright, their labels promising not just sustenance, but pleasure. To cook now is often to choose, not to beg. Recipes ask for exact measures, 2 cups, 3 teaspoons, without pausing to consider whether you have them. The fear of enough has faded for many, though not for all. And yet, when I look back, I see something the present forgets. Scarcity taught reverence. A potato peel was not trash, but a contribution to broth. A stale loaf became crumbs, then crusting, then fuel for tomorrow's soup. Leftovers were not a burden, but a blessing, proof that hunger had been stayed for another day. Even coffee grounds, boiled past their dignity, were treated as if they might still hold one more sip of courage. Nothing was wasted, because everything mattered. In contrast, abundance has its own shadows. Waste arrives casually now, carried out in trash bags, scraped from plates still half full. Food spoils not because there was too little, but because there was too much. We speak of diets, of portion control, of guilt not for what we lacked, but for what we consumed. Shelves bend with plenty, yet many hearts are emptier of gratitude. To walk through aisles of endless options is a marvel, yes, but also a risk, because what is common is so easily taken for granted. Still, I would not trade the safety of today for the desperation of then. To know that a child can walk into a cafeteria and eat until satisfied is a miracle those old cooks would have wept to see. To know that hospitals, shelters, schools have programs that make hunger less cruel. That is progress worth every modern convenience. But when I set bread on a table, even now, I cannot help but see the faces of men waiting in the snow, their eyes following the ladle's every move. Scarcity made every meal a story, a feast from scraps, a Christmas supper built from contraband raisins and a tin of ham, a victory meal roasted in the ground when the war ended. Surplus, in its quiet way, has muted some of that drama. Our meals now are steadier, safer, predictable. We can trust that dinner will appear, even if we give it little thought. But perhaps that is why we must remind ourselves to look at our plates with wonder. This, too, is miracle. When I walk modern aisles, past pyramids of fruit and rivers of packaged grain, I sometimes pause, not from confusion, but from awe. I think of the men who once scraped stew from the bottom of the pot, smiling anyway because it was hot, because it was shared. I think of how they would marvel at these shelves, how their hands would tremble to hold an apple in February, how they would turn it over and over, certain they must be dreaming. Scarcity taught us that every bite was precious. Surplus tempts us to forget. Yet both are teachers. One whispers of endurance, the other of mercy. Together they remind us that food, in any age, is not just fuel, but grace. Whether served thin in a tin cup or piled high on a white plate, it carries the same truth. To eat is to live another day, and to live is a gift. Once voices arrived in envelopes, now they glow from glass in our hands. Long ago, news traveled at the speed of boots, wheels, or wings. For the men in those camps, the word mail was not a chore, but a salvation. The cry of mail call stirred them from foxholes faster than any bugle. Faces appeared from canvas tents, eyes bright despite exhaustion. The crackle of an envelope in a corporal's hands carried more warmth than the stove. Letters were fragile things, creases soft from travel, corners smudged by countless hands. They arrived scented with home, flour dust from a kitchen table, faint perfume from a wife's scarf, or the smell of pipe tobacco clinging to paper. To open one was to tear open distance itself. Inside were crooked lines, ink blotches, sometimes words hurried by candlelight. The content might be ordinary, a weather report from Iowa, a child's drawing of a dog. But to men adrift in war, they were more nourishing than any stew. Even when the letters brought grief, they were honored. Names of the fallen read in silence, condolences sent across oceans. Paper bore weight, heavier than bullets. In those moments, the kitchen became both chapel and hearth, a place where words from home were read aloud or tucked quietly into breast pockets close to the heart. Now, the world has turned. Messages arrive not folded, but flickering. We carry them in our palms, glowing from glass rectangles. A voice can leap across oceans in a heartbeat. Families no longer wait weeks for proof of life. They see faces in real time, hear laughter as though it were across the table. Photographs arrive instantly, not creased or smudged, but polished, unbent, bright with color. The delay that once carved longing into men's bones has been erased. It is a mercy. Soldiers today, workers abroad, even students far from home, they can call, they can see, they can know their loved ones are safe. In moments, not months. The anguish of waiting, of not knowing, has been softened by fiber optics and satellites. Loneliness has lost much of its sting. And yet, I wonder, something has changed in the texture of waiting. Letters taught patience. They forced men to sit with longing, to feel the ache of silence, and to treasure every syllable when it finally arrived. A letter was reread until the paper thinned, carried in pockets until the ink wore off. Screens give us speed, but perhaps they steal that slowness, that reverence. A message today, once read, is quickly buried under a flood of others. Rarely does it live under a man's pillow, carried into battle, kissed before sleep. I think of a soldier then, tracing the outline of his child's handwriting. The uneven letters pressed so hard they left grooves. He carried that scrap of paper longer than any rifle because it reminded him of the reason to endure. What will remind us now when messages come and go like waves on sand? Perhaps the memory itself must do the work, not the medium. In the kitchen of memory, letters were ingredients. They flavored meals with hope, sweetened broth with humor, thickened coffee with the grit of determination. Today, our meals are flavored differently by the quick comfort of a video call, by the ease of a text that says, "I'm fine." Neither is lesser, but they are not the same. One was bread that required kneading and waiting. The other is instant rice, ready before you know it. Still, I find comfort in knowing that both serve the same hunger, the need to feel less alone. Then, it came by envelope, carried in a soldier's breast pocket. Now it comes by vibration in a pocket, a screen lighting up with someone's name. The form has changed, but the longing remains. Perhaps in a way, we are richer now. We can have both, the swift reassurance of modern messages, and if we choose, the slower, deeper treasure of words written by hand. For even now, a handwritten note, unexpected, has power. It feels rare, weighty, almost sacred. A text comforts, a letter lingers. Once meals were shared in lines, now they are chosen at tables. There was a time when food was not asked for, but given. Men came in lines, boots stamping, hands clutching dented tins. No one spoke of preferences. No one asked, "Do you like peas?" The ladle decided. It filled each bowl with the same stew, the same bread, the same thin coffee. Fairness demanded uniformity, and hunger demanded silence. In those kitchens of war, there was no menu. The cook stretched what he had, and the men ate what was given. Some chewed slowly, others swallowed quickly, but all shared the same meal. In that sameness, a strange equality was born. Generals and privates stood shoulder to shoulder, spoons clinking against tin. For a moment, rank dissolved into hunger and relief. Contrast this with today. Walk into a cafeteria, a restaurant, even a household kitchen, and choice blooms like spring. Menus span pages. Options multiply: vegetarian, gluten-free, dairy-free, low sodium. We ask not only what we need, but what we prefer. Children wrinkle noses at broccoli, adults debate spice levels, families vote on takeout. Food has become personalized, a reflection of identity as much as sustenance. There is comfort in this abundance of choice. No longer must we swallow what necessity dictates. Now we may ask, decide, refuse. Allergies are respected, tastes are honored, and meals can be tailored to the smallest desire. The ache of uniformity has softened. For many, this is progress, a kind of dignity, an affirmation that each person's body and preference matter. Yet something is lost when every plate is different. The shared ritual of sameness, the knowledge that all are eating from the same pot, enduring the same flavor, receiving the same warmth, fades in the glow of individuality. In war, men remembered meals not for taste, but for togetherness. The stew that burned every tongue, the bread that crumbled in every hand, the coffee that tasted equally bitter to all. That sameness was its own kind of bond. Today, our bonds form differently. We connect not because our plates are the same, but because we choose to sit together despite differences. A table now holds multiple meals, multiple flavors, yet still one conversation. Perhaps that is its own kind of unity, less rigid, more generous. We need not share the same taste to share the same moment. The cook of yesterday, if he saw today's buffet, would marvel. He would run his fingers over labels promising low-fat, organic, vegan, and shake his head at the miracle of it. Yet I believe he would also smile when he saw families gathered, laughter rising over mismatched plates. For the heart of it has not changed. Food is still the excuse to sit near one another, to rest, to speak, to belong. The uniform kitchen once taught us endurance, fairness, and humility. The personal table teaches us choice, respect, and individuality. Neither lesson is complete without the other. We are richer now because we can choose. We are wiser when we remember what it meant to have no choice. In quiet moments, I imagine the two blending. A modern table, set with many options, but also carrying one pot at the center. Something simple, ladled into every bowl, reminding us of what binds us. Choice and unity together, abundance tempered with memory. Once meals meant endurance, now they mean remembrance. There was a time when food was not a celebration, not even a choice. It was survival. Every bite was weighed against the hunger that stalked the camp, against the cold that cracked hands and stiffened boots. A spoonful of stew was not judged by flavor, but by whether it carried enough strength to march one more mile, to keep eyes open on guard, to face dawn after another frozen night. Food was the thin line between collapse and endurance. The cook in those days never asked, "Does it taste good?" He asked, "Will it hold them? Will it keep them alive?" Bread, even hard as stone, was a blessing. Coffee, bitter and thin, was courage in liquid form. Stew, heavy with roots and scraps, was more medicine than meal. Men did not linger to savor. They ate quickly, hungrily, grateful simply to have something to warm their hands and steady their stomachs. Today, the urgency has changed. Few of us in quiet homes, with lights humming and cupboards full, have faced a meal as a matter of life or death. We sit at tables where food waits for us, not we for it. We ask, "What do I feel like eating?" rather than "Will there be enough?" Survival has given way to memory. Food now carries stories instead of only strength. We taste an apple pie and think of mothers and autumn evenings. We sip coffee and remember conversations at dawn. A bowl of stew can carry us back to a grandparent's kitchen, to the sound of a spoon against enamel, to the laughter of voices long gone. Meals are no longer rationed by survival, but seasoned with nostalgia. This change is a gift. It allows us to sit slowly, to savor, to honor food not only for what it does to the body, but for what it awakens in the heart. Yet we are wise if we do not forget what it once meant. For behind every recipe is a lineage of endurance. People who scraped pots clean, who stretched a loaf, who found ways to feed not just mouths, but spirits when the world was at its hungriest. The kitchens of survival gave us lessons modern abundance can still use. Gratitude, patience, respect. Gratitude for knowing that food is never guaranteed. Patience for understanding that meals take time and good things are often coaxed, not commanded. Respect for realizing that even the simplest crust or spoonful carries human effort, care, and sacrifice. Memory is how survival lives on. When we sit at our comfortable tables and bow our heads for a moment, we are not only thanking for today's bread, we are remembering the cooks who stirred under shell fire, the mothers who rationed sugar, the fathers who planted when soil was thin. Every bite is a small inheritance of their stubborn will, and so the story does not end with survival, nor with surplus, nor with screens or menus. It ends where it began, in the simple act of feeding one another. Whether by ladle into a dented tin or by plate on a polished table, the gesture says the same. I see you. I care that you live. Here, eat. Perhaps one day, generations from now, people will look back at us and marvel at what we considered hardship. Perhaps they will say, they once stood in long lines. They once waited for trucks of food. They once knew hunger, and they will live in a world where no one goes without. That hope itself is nourishment. The war kitchens have faded into memory, but their lessons remain. Once food was survival. Now it is remembrance, gratitude, and care. And as we close our eyes tonight, let us rest knowing that the simplest act, the passing of bread, the sharing of soup, still carries the oldest promise that we keep each other alive one meal at a time.